And we're live. Sean, just before we started recording there, you were starting to tell me this story about your kids and this mutual friend of ours that doesn't have kids, and I went, no, man, this is too good. We'll save this for the podcast. So, welcome, by the way. Hello.
Nice to meet you. Nice to see you again. The story goes fairly straightforward. Having my first child many moons ago, 13 years ago. He's 12 now, so he is. So he was in her belly for a good bit. Obviously, everybody knows the 9 months, but I used to hate children. Not in a bad way, like as in I just wouldn't be around them as much because it was always go, do. And then eventually, when I had my first one, it took 48 hours for him to come out, and I ring one of our old mates or one of our mates, and I say, like, Turkey, I'm after having a baby. And it's just like, the feeling is just unreal, like, you know, as in I can't even explain. He was like, oh, that's great, Sean, that's great. It's just like, no, Turkey, you don't get this, like, you know, this is like up there with the feelings, like, you know, as in it's up there on the next level, like, you know, as in, you know, when you make it and something's just right, like, you know. And he was like, yeah, that's great, Sean. He's like, oh man, absolutely nothing could be further from his mind than what it was, as in the feeling that I was having after 48 hours of being up straight and seeing my son for the first time. Like, you know, you just can't describe the feeling, like, you know, as in when you're at a high level, as in when you've finished something or when you've completed something that's really, really, really hard and or really, really tough to get to that point, and the finish is in sight. It multiply that by 100, and then you might feel what it is to have a child, like, you know. It's in the responsibility kind of overwhelms you straight away, like, you know.
It's funny you say this responsibility overwhelms you, because I get that and don't get it in equal measure. What do you mean the responsibility of it?
I only had to look after me in my world.
Yes.
Then the minute he arrived, it was like, I have to look after him, her and me.
Yes.
So there wasn't just selfish old me or selfish me. I'm going to do that and I'm going to do that and I'm going to do that. It was, oh wait, I have to do that. Then I have to mind him. Then I have to feed him a bottle. Then she's going to take him, and then I can go off to work. So it created a huge amount of steps in my world, as in huge amount of patience as well, that I'm still working on to this day. Like, you know, as in to have the utmost patience with little ones it's tough, but it's so enlightening when you get to do it, as in when you get to see them being real, innocent humans and living and loving and enjoying the moment and the now. It's like, it's the next level. You can't, once you're in it, you don't want to be outside it. There's nowhere else to be, like, you know, as in once you've created something and you get to spend time with them, it's definitely the most fulfilling feeling I've felt ever. And that's just putting it mildly, like, you know. I've had a lot of highs and lows in life, and I think the highest is having kids. So like, it comes with an awful lot of responsibility, but my idea of responsibility is making sure they're warm, making sure they have food in their bellies, making sure that they know their gut feeling is generally the right feeling. The hardest road is generally the right road. And life is generally fucking short. Like, you know, we don't realise until we're over the line with it how short it is.
Oh, very, very much so. And it's the old saying of people, like people on their deathbeds or people in nursing homes. It's, you know, they wish they did more when they were younger. Is the regret of things that they didn't do is always the worst of it. Like, do you know what I mean? They didn't have kids, or they didn't kiss that girl, or they didn't fucking start that business, or whatever it is. It's rarely what they did that they regret. The regret is what they didn't do. They didn't make the most of it, basically.
Yeah, like, it's very short, I think. So I would have had a stroke 4 or 5 years ago. Only young, like I was 32 at the time. I'm 36, going on 37 now. Like, and then not being able to physically do what you could do before you have it is like, it's just so. What's the word for it? Just so. I don't even know the word, like, so not being able to achieve, say, getting up on a 3-foot ladder, So I wasn't able to get up on the tree for a ladder for 6 or 8 months after I had a stroke.
And just to fill people in, you're a sparks by trade, so
Sparks
up and
by
down
trade,
ladders is your bread and butter, basically.
Yeah, basically, the faster you run the cables, the faster you make money, the faster you're out to the next one. But again, it's once you can't get up and down the ladder, or you can't use your left hand, it's very I'm not going to say demoralising. It's very inspiring, or it's very
demoralising. No, is that not the perfect word?
It is demoralising, but it's nearly like you have to retrain just to survive. So you're walking, for example, is like retraining yourself how to walk it might be easy for the likes of Graham Mackin or any of the boys that are in it all the time, as in doing physio all the time. But for little old me that was a sparky all my life, I couldn't walk straight or without a limp for 6 months.
I didn't know that.
No, I had a limp with my left leg, and basically my left hand was like, it'd go into spasms. So I remember I was trying to cover a big debt at the time after I had the stroke, because I was after investing hugely in PV to try and get into it. So PV is photovoltaic cells, or photovoltaic systems
so solar power, basically.
Solar power, yeah. But again, over the past couple of years, I've learned an awful lot about solar, as in that we are in the right temperature for it. It's our ambient temperature is actually great for it, but the problem being that the cost of getting the material to make the panels out of the ground far outweighs the gain of actually making the panel.
Okay.
So it's nearly counterproductive. So we'd say they've been switching from coal to biofuel is what they're calling it, but it's only wood. So they're switching from biofuel, from coal to wood, or to wood not synthetic wood, but wood that they're growing within 30 years, but then they're using that to run loads of giant big fucking power stations in America, for example.
Right.
I see that it's coming to a head because there's only so much fuel on our planet, and our consumption is far outweighing our gain, as in we aren't looking to the type of systems that we need to, as in hydro and wind. We haven't been pushing them near as much. The solar always was going to fall on its face because the way the SEI were incentivizing it was actually counterproductive. As in, every time if you had an SEI, we'd say grant, to put in, we'd say, a 3 kilowatt system, they were giving you €700 per kilowatt, so they were giving you €2,100 for putting in the 3 kilowatt system. But they were also making sure that you did a BER cert before, a BER cert after, and then a sun survey. So that means you put basically a sun dial of some description up that actually tells you the contrast of sun in relation to your roof for 2 to 3 months beforehand. So obviously all them things cost money. If you're getting €2,100 for extra to do them things, that seems fine, but not as well as paying for the entire system to be installed. Instead of it being a $6,000 system, it ends up being an $8,500 system. And fair enough, you're getting €2,100 back, but then your payoff is twice as long because you have to pay an extra $2,000 because the stipulations of the SEI stated that they have to be this.
Okay.
So it was it was demoralising as fuck, realising all them things, because I was after spending an awful long time trying to get to a point where, I'll be the solar installer for you, no problem at all. I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do the other. But the realisation was that if they got an SEI grant that I had to fit into the SEI system, that was going to cost me another $2,000 extra per job, was like, yeah, that's not going to happen, because I'm not going to spend 3 months fucking around a job rather than the 2 days it takes to do the job.
Yes.
Whereas they wanted somebody like me to fuck around for 2 months before the job, and then try and cover the costs of fucking around for 2 months between BER cert before, BER cert after, solar survey. Like there's huge amounts of surveys involved in nearly everything. Like I was listening to you and your friend Archie there last week or a couple of days ago, and it was funny that like he was working off his inspection and then there was another inspection after his. But in my world, I can't pay for 2 to 3 guys to inspect one product. I only want the product to be installed and the person installing the product to tell me how long it's going to last without it breaking.
Okay.
So I'm comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with paying Tom to certify it, Harry to install it, and then Tom to come back after, recertify it, and then 6 months later to get a €2,100 grant for an $8,500 system that should only cost $6,000.
I know what you mean.
So it's like you're paying out more to keep the SAI in a job that they don't deserve. So like situation was, like this is way back 2019, doing a bit of work up on Ballycoolan, nice and easy, few lights, sockets, data, usual bullshit, 200 data points. One of the lads cuts 200 tails off the 200 data points and then relabels them whatever he wants. Then I'm at the end of the job and me and a young fella, he's only 24, 25, we're doing these 200 tails and I was remarking them right as per tails in 199 and 199 in the other end. And the foreman walks in and goes, do you fancy doing a bit of work in Mullingar? And I go, yeah. What's the start time and what's the finish time? Oh no, I can't do that. And I go, what, you can't give me a start time and a finish time? And he goes, yeah, and this is like a 3-week job, like, as in it's going to be done, dusted, apple green, 3-week turnover, and that's it. And he goes, the fella that's going to work out with this building will own it, as in it'll be his baby. And I go, Jesus, that doesn't sound too bad. And at the same time, I got a phone call off the SAI, and the SAI says, oh yeah, we're gonna incentivize grants now, Sean. We're gonna push this on for you, and we're gonna make it easier for them to make money. And it was £900 for 4 days a week, which is fucking lovely money. I was happy, like, no pressure, no stress. And I thought to myself, oh yeah, this is my chance, like I'll go back to doing solar. And 2019 went ahead and said, no, I can't do that work in Mullingar. I could do it if you give me a start time and a finish time, but I know you can't, so we'll just leave that. And anyway, went off and started into solar again, and then the realisation that people don't have 3 and 4 and 5 grand to spend on solar to save themselves £120 every 2 months.
Yeah,
was fairly detrimental. Like, you know, within 6 to 8 months, I realised that anybody that had 5 or 6 grand in the bank was not going to let me have that 5 or 6 grand for putting in 2 or 3 kilowatts of solar panels in the roof.
yeah, for a saving of, £120 or whatever
Every
it was.
2 months. And like, in my position, saving £120 every 2 months was like, yes, I'm fucking doing that every day of the week. And I did it in 2016.
Not for a £5 outlay though.
Yeah, so it was a £5 grand outlay for me. So that was a tough pill to swallow in 2016. But again, the tougher pill would have been to swallow was, by the time it was 2018, I'd lost 20 to 30 grand, and basically nobody wanted the systems that I wanted to install for them. Right. And that's what I wanted to do, but again, nobody could get their heads around it, because I was explaining that you didn't need an SAI grant to cut out the extra 2 grand, or to cut out the extra 2 grand coming in, but the extra 2 grand was only coming in to pay for BER cert before, BER cert after, and basically a sun survey. But BER is, in my opinion, would be a waste of time, because it's
just
a calculation.
To clarify, the BER is like the energy efficiency of a house. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah, it is. But it's all done in calculations of receipts. So if you have a receipt for 110 mil insulation and you have as in you've put it in all your walls or all your floors, in the whole house, and you lose that receipt, therefore the BER cert can't reflect that you've got 110 mil insulation in your floor underneath your pipework for your underfloor heating, because you don't have the proof of that insulation is there. As in, you can take pictures, but they can say, well, you're taking pictures of a job somewhere else. And
of course,
it opens up this big can of worms as such, like, you know, as in it literally, it can only be paid for if you've got a mortgage to build X, Y, and Z, and you're only getting a mortgage if you're paying for health insurance and you're following the status quo. And obviously, not everybody can follow the status quo.
No, before we get into that, and I loved the whole status quo thing and the way that the world is kind of organised in many instances against regular people. But aside from that, I want to pay it right back, because you went way down a rabbit hole there, man. You had a fucking stroke and you go and walk, and then we start talking about BER certs and fucking like the EAI or whatever the fuck it was.
So
man, I didn't know you did. Like I knew you had a stroke, but I don't know. In my innocence, I thought you fell over one day and then you were in hospital for a couple of days and you weren't right for a while and then you were grand. But I didn't realise that you had a fucking limp and you lost the power in your hand.
Left hand, like, so my left hand, I wouldn't have been able to grasp a pint glass without dropping it, as in my nerve structure in my brain was saying you don't need to keep your hand closed when you had the pint glass in your hand, as in only a pint glass of water.
Yeah.
But it's been like 20, 30 times that I've held something with my left hand, and then all of a sudden my left hand just let go.
And is the first thing you notice, do you hear it hit the ground, or do you realise you've let go?
No, as in, I was actually trying to put a glass on my kitchen sink there 3 or 4 days ago, and the bottom of the glass hit off the edge of the counter, and the minute it did that, the shock just made me straight away just drop the glass.
Right.
And so it's nearly like the parts in my brain aren't strong enough to continue what I'm telling it to do.
Okay.
Does that make sense? As in, I was trying to do jumping jacks with you about a month ago, or whenever the breakdown or the COVID
when we were out of lockdown and that,
weren't in place, and I couldn't do fucking jumping jacks.
Could you? Because I saw you, and for me, from a quote unquote coach's perspective, okay, when people come in, especially if they've no background, or even if they do have a background, because people have said that they've got a background in something, and then I see them and it's like, you might have a background in it, but you still can't do it. But anyway, what I'm constantly trying to ascertain what level somebody is at. And I saw you doing jumping jacks, and I thought, okay, well, like, there's a blatantly obvious giveaway. This man has absolutely no fucking
telemetry.
Sorry?
I had no balance or telemetry, like, as in I couldn't move my left hand and my right hand.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't have it. You had 2 left feet was my initial impression. But I never thought that was because of the fucking stroke.
Yeah,
could you do jumping jacks before the stroke? Like?
Yeah. Like, I
man.
wouldn't have been fit as a fiddle, like, before the stroke, as in I wouldn't have went for jogs. But we'd say when I was 18 or 19, I would have been able to run 90 minutes of a match, play hockey and enjoy it, if that makes sense. It hurt myself a little bit, strain me, I can't even think of the fucking groin, or strain me calves, enjoy it nonetheless. But it was I was well able to be fit, or to be part of that team, the senior men's team way back then. I actually went back to it like when I was 24, 25, and in the first training session they were doing practice corners. And practice corner, basically they've got a little tiny goal, 8 or 9 foot wide, fella, and loads of pads, and there's four lads either side, or 2 lads either side of the goalie, and they all run out, and a fella basically pucks a ball from the corner of a circle or half circle out to the top of the circle. Another fella stops it, tips it inside, and then whacks the ball in towards the goal to score a goal. They were doing that, and the fella that passed the ball out to the top of the circle, the fella that stopped it, another fella was about to come in and whack it. By that time, one of the guys came out, and the way he had his stick, it basically pointed the fella's stick that was oncoming into him into his face. Ooh. So when he jammed the stick in like that, the other fella's stick came back up straight into his face. He lost 2 teeth.
No visor, obviously.
No, like, we were practicing. It was only practice, so you're not expecting to lose all your teeth in a practice ever. No. But again, it's a heavy ball, so heavy sticks as well. So you kind of get what you get what you give in it. Like, you know, he would have had health insurance, but I think they still did a fundraiser to replace his teeth, which was fucking sad. Like,
Fuck, yeah. We're
but
talking about hurling, by the way, from all my
hockey.
non-Irish fucking
Hockey.
listeners.
So it
Hockey.
was. Hockey,
Sorry.
yeah. So that was way back. John Doody, Shane Doody, Simon Clark would have been involved as well. That's Clark Sports then.
Oh, very
his
good.
son's at Clark Sports then. Gavin Clark would have been another one. Kevin Cosgrove, Niall Walsh, Rory Clark. There was loads of us in it, so there was. But this was all from 14 up to 18, 19, we'd say, when you're at that stage of life where you're too busy to kind of focus on the team as such. You're trying to make money, and you're trying to do a few nixers to try and make more money, and you're trying to have the crack as such, and drink a pint of cans every now and again, like, you know. Live life.
Living the dream.
So no, stroke was an eye-opener. Obviously never happened to me before. I think the reasons it did happen was because I was burning the candle at three ends, we'd say. So I was burning at one end trying to get the business going, burning at the other end with the three kids and the wife. And then my mum had got cancer at the same time, so it was just like boom, boom, boom. And it was just I wasn't even dealing with it. I was living through it, if that makes sense.
Suffering through it, but it sounds like...
Well, yeah, you can't... When people can't admit to their own feelings, nobody else can see how much everybody else is hurting. Like, once someone has the blinkers on and they're just, no, this is what has to be done, either there's someone helping them and they have to put on blinkers as well to save themselves, or they're feeling it. They're feeling the whole lot of it and just watching it fall apart as such, and they know they can't open their mouth because it just gets them in more trouble and makes them feel worse. But again, it was it's been a life. Again, I wasn't struggling with a mortgage ever, so I'm fairly lucky with that one. But again, it's who spends 13 years building a house, which is what it took to get it to where it is now. But there's not. I don't know anybody.
I don't know anybody else. My dad built the house that I grew up in fucking 60 years ago, whatever it was, maybe 50 odd years ago. Jesus, he's dead 20 years, so it probably is 60 years ago. But he was slagged 60 years ago because it took him 4 years to build it.
Yeah. And there's 3 times plus that, like, you know. And it would have been, 30 or 40 years after that fact anyway.
Yeah.
But no, different worlds, like, man. Completely different world now to what I grew up in 99. As in, I was just thinking about that on the way out here. I was like, a box of cigarettes were like £4 way back then.
What are they now?
Oh, stupid money, man. €15, €14.
15 quid for a pack of fags.
Yeah. And like, I've been a smoker since then. Since
Yeah.
16, 17, I'm still smoking. I'm trying to give them up. This should be the week, hopefully.
Man, giving up's easy. I've done it loads of times. It's funny, when I started smoking, John Player was my brand, and £1.49 bought me 10 John Player.
Yeah, they were the days, all right. Like, you know, the 10 box of cigarettes on the way home. They were the days. Like, it just goes full circle though as well, Fran. Like, I don't feel like I'm nearly 40. Does that make sense? Yes. I still feel 19 or 20 in my mind, which is not what I am, but I still feel it. So I'm trying to live a new life now. The past couple of years.
Since the stroke, was the stroke a bit of a kind of a turning point, a bit of an awakening? Do you know that kind of way?
It was a realization that if you push in all the directions that you think you can, the only person you're really hurting is yourself, because you're not even worrying about yourself in all of it. All you're trying to do is do this and do that and do the other, and it's never about you as such, and you'll always end up falling. That's only my personal opinion after living it and living through it. Like, it's my wife couldn't tell me to stop. So when I was trying to, as in, go back to work with a crowd in Dublin, big outfit and one of them fucking data centres, she goes, "You're hurting yourself now, you know that?" And I go, "I don't have any other choice though, do I?" She goes, "Oh yeah, when you can't hold, you just not pay them." And I go, "Yeah, not pay one of the biggest fucking suppliers in Ireland for electrical gear that I've spent my entire life buying to put in to make money. That sounds like a clever idea.
And was the problem here because you were a sole trader and you
Yeah.
didn't have, if you were a limited company, you could have just
Yeah,
went
if it was a limited
bankrupt
company,
and
I was
like, look,
covered, but because it was a sole trader starting out,
you're
2016,
personally liable.
I was personally liable, and basically the 8.5 to 12 grand that I did owe them at that point, if I had a stung them for it, I would never be able to ring them off the bat and say, can you give me this, this and this? They would just say flat out no and just stop you. So that's the way wholesalers work, as in they'll give you a limit if you don't meet the limit, or if you don't meet the limit ever, as in if you get a limit of 5 grand and you only ever go up to 3 grand, within 6 or 8 months they'll give you a limit of 8 grand, and then you only go up to 5 grand, you never get to 8 grand, then they give you a limit of 10 grand. But
it goes
it's
up to
every 2
9
months
and-
you're making sure you're clear with them. At least 2 months you're clear, and you start afresh every 2 months. So if you have one bad job in the middle of that, you obviously can't clear them every 2 months then, because of the bad jobs. You're after getting shafted for €1,000 or €1,500 in between the jobs. Then it starts to get you start to get into a little hole as such, because you're trying to pull an extra 1,500 quid out of a job that didn't have an extra 1,500 quid in it.
Yes.
To try and make ends meet. So it has to come from somewhere. So you either go off and do a few nixers and make the ends meet. As in, I did a job for a fella in 2016, 2017, well back. It was a 3 kilowatt system, so it was 12 panels up on top of the roof, a 3 kilowatt inverter, 3 kilowatt inverter / charge controller, and then a 70 amp MPPT charge controller with a 10 kilowatt battery bank. So system cost him 11 grand. So he rang me last week, what's 2021? January 2021 is when he rang me. He said it didn't miss a beat for 4 years. So what the problem was last week was a tiny little switch on the front of this 1,800 quid inverter / charge controller was after going faulty, and that was his problem. So it was fixed within an hour or two, up and going again. Everybody was happy, but again, it would have saved him 3 grand a year.
Right.
So it was worth it for him not to spend the 3 grand of diesel every year, and literally have 3 grand extra in his pocket and pay 11 grand way back in 2017 for the system that he had installed.
Height of the boom.
Height to the boom, height to the, like, that would have been a nice job. I would love that system on my own house, but I couldn't afford it. And I just, I'll always cut my cloth to suit my needs, if that makes sense. If I can't afford something, it ain't happening. And that's just the way it has to be. I have my life to live. If I don't look after myself, the kids don't have much of a chance. So I'm constantly trying to stop myself going down the wrong path, because the minute you go down the wrong path and you dig a little hole, you can't get up out of it.
You see, you said something earlier about when you had a kid and you were filled with this feeling and that, and it reminded me that the biggest difference for me, at least, was that when you have a kid, you don't just have a bond between you and your kid. You have a stronger bond, or at least you should. One would hope you would have a stronger bond with your missus. So you don't you're not yourself anymore.
No, you're one with her. You're only one with her.
One with her, but your
Yeah.
kids as well. So you become a unit, and as part of that unit, if you let yourself go down a dark path or down a dark hole,
You're bringing them with you.
oh well, you can't not. It's not that you bring them
hugely.
with you; it's that you are them,
Yeah.
and
So
they are
yesterday,
you.
for example, I had a bad day, and it was fucking P-tong most of the day, right? So
In the head,
in
like.
my head,
Yeah,
this isn't outside. As in, my children we do homeschooling because of current pandemic. In September, the way the teachers wanted to teach the children meant that they were only doing 3 to 4 hours a day out of a 6-hour day. I asked the principal directly, allow me to raise my children right, please. I know you raised your children right. I know all of them went to Trinity. Just allow me to do the same. And he goes, this is the new normal now. And I go, right, well, I won't be part of it then. Because it was a new normal, as in all the teachers wearing masks, all the teachers either wearing masks or visors, constant bombardment of washing hands, cleanliness is godliness. But again, all they're doing is giving them children a mental problem, or something that they never had to deal with before, but now they have to deal with something that they don't know exists. So they're trying, like, health, cleanliness is godliness and all that, but there's a line with it. You can only be so clean, and dirt is healthy for kids and dirt is healthy for everybody. In my opinion, now, this is it's healthier for them to face things and realise what it is that they're facing, rather than fearing something that they cannot see. So if you fear something you cannot see, there's no line. You've taken away the line, because it doesn't matter how far ahead you get of this thing that you fear, you're still, in the back of your mind, you're fearful that it could happen. Do you know? So you can never get away from that fact.
But I mean, you wouldn't have a problem with teaching your kid about, I know, carbon monoxide poisoning, or the dangers of not wearing your seatbelt. Like, you can't see those dangers either, but they're fucking there, and you want to bring your kids up kind of knowing about them. Yeah. Or am I missing the point there?
The point, my point would be, children are so they're so in tune with their own bodies, and they're more in tune than we ever could be, as in they know how to lift right from day one.
Yeah,
they know how to lift right. They know how to squat. They know how to jump or how to land. If you push something onto them that they can't see or feel, how are they going to spend their life dealing with problems if they already fear something they cannot see or feel?
But outside of COVID, you have to teach your kids about germs, and they can't see or feel germs, and they just, for the most part, they just kind of get on with it. They just take it on board, and
like, so my thought process about this whole COVID thing was, it's control of the population to suit a narrative, as in the whole world knew this was happening in September of 2020.
2019, you mean, or last year? It's just gone. Okay, so only a couple of months ago.
Well, no, the year before. Sorry, 2019.
Well, in
like Wuhan,
there was whispers of it. I wouldn't say the whole world.
It was on the news. It was talked about on the news
as something happening in China. But that's happened before. So, there was SARS, and there's been Ebola, and there's been a few other ones that have kind of popped up in different places, and everyone in the world kind of knew about it, but didn't really do anything about it, because what do you do? It's in China, or it's in Africa, or wherever it is. So this was slightly different, I think, wasn't it? Or am I missing you?
I'm not quite sure about it, as in, I'm not quite sure that it's not the flu in a different form. So corona.
Okay. Well, the flu is a virus, and the flu is a virus. So
the flu has disappeared for the past year and a half. So how can the flu disappear?
Yeah, look, I'm with you. What I'm trying to do here is flesh out what, I suppose, point you're making. I mean, do you think that the coronavirus is faked, or doesn't exist?
I know people that have had it, but I know a chest infection can hurt you just as much, and I know that if cancer isn't treated, it will kill you.
Yes, but you can't give somebody cancer by coughing in their face.
No, but you can't. How many times have you coughed in someone's face in your life?
Well, sorry, when I say cough in somebody's face, I mean the reason that I have a screen here between me and you is that if you had a flu, say just a regular flu, if this wasn't here, I would definitely get it, because if we're enclosed, because we're talking and we're breathing the same air and we're in an enclosed space, so you definitely give me your flu if we were in this room for fucking 3 hours talking to each other.
Agreed.
Now, you won't with this screen in place. Now, before COVID, I didn't mind getting the odd flu from whoever it was. Now, I never really thought about it like that. If I did, I'd kind of go, Jesus, that's minging.
if we fear something, it's going to hurt us 20 to 30% more. If we don't fear it, it's actually going to leave our immune system stronger than if we do fear it. So fear in itself, it actually reduces your immune system.
Yeah, it's a stressor.
It is a stressor. So if we don't fear something as much and we get it, it isn't going to do as great a damage as if, oh Jesus, I hope I don't get it. Do you know?
Yeah, you laugh
because it's that whole thing. It's a mental thing, as in mentally I wasn't physically ready to be a Sparky after the stroke, but I pushed on anyway.
Yes.
As in, whenever I seen a boss coming, I was like, oh fuck, I'll go and dodge into my toolbox so he can't see me left hand jumping around like a fucking lunatic. But that's just my process of trying to get back to Groundhog Day, or back to starting again previous stroke. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Again, I kind of, every day I'll get up and I'll try and do something, and if I can't do it, I'll try again the next day. But it's more so, do I need to do that or do I want to do that? It's the question I'm asking myself.
Okay.
As in, you can spend, as you said, you can spend an hour doing notes before you actually start the podcast, and you're basically, you're wasting your own time doing your notes to talk about something that you're really trying to flesh out. But again, if you just get out of bed, decide that's what you're doing, have some breakfast, do it, then write down a list of things that you have to achieve after that.
Yeah.
As in, doing is definitely the new living, in my opinion. Living in the now, as in, instead of setting up jobs to be done in 2 months' time or 3 months' time or whatever it is you're going to enjoy life a hell of a lot more than when you're in the rat race, getting up at 6, going to work from 7 to 7, or going to work from 7 to 5, driving home, getting home at 7 o'clock, seeing your kids for 2 or 3 hours, having a bit of grub, going to bed, doing it again. I've done that before the stroke for years. You get no fulfillment from it. Finish of jobs doesn't matter, because there's always the next job, there's always the next job, there's always the next job. My fulfillment is actually watching now the 5 children that I adore, being them, enjoying their world, enjoying their life the way that I never could, because I could never get my head round what was around me or what I was in.
As a kid or as an adult? Or both?
As both. Like, as a kid, I was lost.
Explain that now. Like, what do you mean when you say as a kid you were lost?
I couldn't see. So if you can't see, you can't do. So
now, I kind of know what you're referencing there, but just to flesh that out for people.
Okay, glasses. So I only could see from 24 years of age. I'm 37 now. I had astigmatism in my eyes all my life. So astigmatism is it's a rugby-shaped pupil. So you can't basically laser surgery it out. You have to put on glasses to be able to see straight.
Okay.
Be able to see what's in front of you. So when I was in school, in primary school, I couldn't read properly or couldn't do maths properly, and my mum just thought, he's only young, he's still learning, blah 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 blah, kind of covering for me. She was fairly intelligent. She was her title was Senior 1 Laboratory Technician in Navan Hospital there for 25 years or 30 years. So she's very clever. She enjoyed her life though, so that was what she did. She worked from 9 to 5 for most of her life, and then after 5 it was her life. So the first 5 or 6 years of living life was me trying to understand what I could and couldn't do, even though I couldn't see, and I couldn't realise that I couldn't see because I only put on a pair of glasses at 24. So when I was 18 and 19 and I was starting as a first year apprentice, I'd be coming home at 1 o'clock for my lunch for half an hour, and I'd munch the lunch into me, and then I'd fall asleep for 15 or 20 minutes, and I'd wake back up and I'd go back to work. But what that was me relaxing my eyes so I could refocus my eyes again for an hour or two while I'm back at work.
Fucking hell. And sorry to cut across you, but at some point in primary school, did a teacher not go, can you not read the board, lad?
No, it was, no, it wasn't. There was 33 people in the class, so it was if you went wrong and you're not part of the normal as such, you're just pushed on anyway. That's the way it was. So, for example, there's a great example. From 3rd year to 5th year, I would have failed English, I would have failed science, maths, Irish without a shadow of a doubt. There was no fucking chance, absolutely no chance after doing my junior cert that I was going to pass maths, science and Irish. No fucking chance.
Okay.
So my mum, in her wisdom, wrote a letter to my year head in third year and says, my son is going to come home from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock every day and I'm going to teach him while I'm at home. So back then, we say I would have been 16 or 17, she would have had cancer back then as well. So that was me just growing up as such. So she had radiation and chemotherapy when I was 16 or 17 as well. But she got through that and went back to work. She had 2 mammograms as well, and just to make sure I couldn't come back on her.
Fuck, that's the cancer. Breast removal, isn't it? Or,
yeah. I think she only had 1 mammogram, but then fucking 4 or 5 years ago she had the second one. But what I'm getting at is that I was on about her bringing me home. So Mrs. Luddy was teaching me science, I think, way back, and I can't remember who was teaching me Irish, but the maths teacher was Martina Nolan. I remember that much. I was actually doing grinds with Martina Nolan at the time as well, on top of my mum doing maths with me, just to try and get me over the line so I could do leaving cert maths. Again, I didn't know I needed glasses at this time, so when I couldn't focus on the paper and I was making a 6 into an 8 by accident, basically everybody else thought it was just fucking stupid. Okay, so in that you build this thing that you kind of are stupid, if that makes sense, because if you don't know any better and you can't see better, therefore how can you do better? You can't. Like, it's impossible. So when I put on the glasses when I was 24, now the first 5 or 6 years of me working life, it was 2 or 3 big jobs and just stuck in, as in you're putting lights 30 foot in the air. If you can't handle putting lights 30 foot in the air, you're coiling out cable on the ground for the lad 30 foot in the air. It was always the way. So it was like 5 or 6 football pitches inside full of lights, basically. So it'd take us a couple of months to do it. But all interesting stuff. So then when I put on the glasses, I could see, and then I started doing bigger work. As in, one of the jobs was a shutdown of a line, and it was like we were trying to increase the production from 5 miles to 8 miles per week. So it was 5 miles of insulation they were getting, and they wanted to be at 8 miles per week. So between 5 or 6 of us, it was going to take us 100 hours of working each to be able to pull apart this line and put it back together within 10 days. So we did that, and it took us 2 weeks to set it up, but it took us 10 days to do it then. And then they were back up and running on the 11th day, which was fucking phenomenal. Really sort of inspiring, if that makes sense. So learning to do that, we'll say, and then within 4 or 5 years, then moving on to the next crew. So the next crew was, when you walked into a job, you were handed the spec sheets. So you're handed the drawings for the job, you're handed cable labels, and you're handed cable runs. So you'd set up the containment, then you'd run all the cables, you label all the cables, then you terminate all the cables into the different panels. So the first one was down in Abbott's, Coohill and Cavan. But it doesn't matter. We were only subcontracted in to put in our water purification system. So it was a nanoparticle filtration with charcoal.
Okay.
And I was only young. I was only 24, 25, 2019 or 2009. So that was 11 years ago. Fucking whatever it was. But 2010. So that was 11 years ago. Yeah. One of the engineers comes up to me after I was there 2 weeks doing this work. So big fuck off cables, bigger, as in one of the cables was 3 times the weight of me. That was we ran on the trunk, and so it was like 70 square. So your standard house is 16 square cable. So this was 70 square per tail. So it was 70 square by 5.
Okay.
That had to be ran from A to B to run this big fuck off pump at the bottom of a vessel to pump out the charcoal clean water into loads of filters in a big 40-foot container, and then pump it back out onto the line really clean. But an engineer comes up to me anyway and says, "You're doing this wrong." And I go, "Yeah, okay, there's my drawings. Do you want to just double check that I'm doing it wrong?" You can bell there from there to there. And he comes back to me half an hour later and says, "Apologies, you weren't wrong." And I go, "Thanks very much, means a lot you saying that." And I go, "Have you got much more on?" And he goes, "Oh yes, we're doing a lager installation or a refinery installation in Belgium, and we're doing this and we're doing that. We're about to do one of these in James's Gate in Dublin." And I was like, "Jesus, that's fantastic! Like, any chance I can jump on board with you?" And he was like, "Oh well, no." Like, he wasn't Irish. He was a foreign national. He was German or Belgian or whatever. So a couple more days in this job anyway, and I had to be a pile of heat trace. So heat trace is basically you wrap a cable around a stainless steel pipe, and the cable gets hot.
Okay.
So it can't freeze in -5 or -10 or -15 because it's always got a hot outer core. So we started into the heat trace. Everything else more or less finished in the 40-foot container that I'd ran loads of cables to, and all the instruments were all wired up. So two of the commissioners arrive over from Finland just for the pipe work, and they start commissioning the system. And so I'm outside doing heat trace with another fella, and I heard this big, like pile of water coming out somewhere. I was like, Jesus, what the fuck is that? So ran over to the container, 40-foot container, two lads standing in the container. And I looked at them and I said, "Lads, you turn off power?" They go, yeah. And they both looked round to the right at a 4-foot high isolator on a wall. And they go, "Look, it's off." And I go, "Yeah, the cable's come in the bottom, lads. It's come in an inch off the ground, like." The water was 2.5 inches on top of the ground now at this stage in this 40-foot container. So they're standing in 2.5 inches of water.
So just to be clear, they've isolated the power.
They've isolated the power
Coming after where the problem is, basically.
After where the problem is, yep. So they're standing in 2.5 inches of water. The supply is at 3 inches of water, 3 inches high of water. So once it gets to 3 inches, it's game over for them. As in, they won't walk out of the puddle. So at that stage, one of the other fucking fitters, the head of the fitters, comes in. So these commissioning guys weren't Irish, they were from Finland or from wherever. But the head fitter walks in and says, "Oh, what's the story, lads?" As in he was from Kilkenny or Limerick or whatever, and he was giving out about the water because they were after pumping in an on-return valve. They pumped 27 psi and basically created the big mess. It shouldn't have popped. The pipework shouldn't have popped at that pressure. It should have been able to take 50 psi. But what I'm getting at is the three lads, these were all over me, all above me, and me, 25-year-old, 26-year-old young buck, thought they all looked at me as in, young buck's barely getting fucking what he deserves. And I was looking at them going, "Lads, did you turn it off?" And so this was the second time I'd asked them. And they more or less said, "Yeah, look at that, like it's off." And so I shook my head as I was running away. I ran down to the substation and turned it off down at the substation. An hour and a half later, I get a phone call off my new boss. So this is only me with him 2 months. And he goes, "I heard about you." And I go, "Oh yeah?" And he goes, "Yeah, you play the Stormer there now, fair play." And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You take the rest of the afternoon off there, lad. Enjoy it. Go off and get a dehumidifier on Calvin there. Come back, drop the dehumidifier off, fuck off for the evening, and enjoy it." And I was like, "Right, no bother, thanks." And he rings me again that evening at 7 or 8 o'clock, and he goes, "Did you enjoy your evening?" And I go, "I fucking did, yeah. I really enjoyed it." He goes, "Well played. Fucking Stormer, lad. Stormer, you saved 3 lives today just by being you." And I go, Jesus, that's a good one, like, you know. At the time, I was only being paid $5.50 a week. So it was costing me 120 quid a week to get down to Cavan from Navan. So if you work out the maths, like, it was like €425, €415 was being paid for
a highly qualified job.
55-hour week. This is way back in 2010, and I was unqualified at the time. So at that stage, I was like, yeah, I can carry on with this outfit, or I can go off and get me papers again, and then get the right money off the same outfit. So I carried on with them for about a year, I think. I was up in Bailey's Diageo, and Bailey's Diageo is owned by Diageo, and there's no upper management in Diageo that run Ireland that is Irish. They're all Scottish. They all come from the same town over in Scotland for some unbeknown reason to myself. But
Well, it's an English company, isn't it, Diageo?
not sure.
It's not Irish anyway.
No,
it
but
doesn't
I
matter.
remember
Sorry,
them
go on.
buying. I remember them buying Coca-Cola and all these, and Bailey's Diageo, obviously Bailey's Diageo. But they were upgrading from S5 to S7 software. So it's PLC software. So it's like ECUs in cars, but except for commercial industrial use.
Okay.
So that's what I was doing. I was putting in stainless steel drops here, there, and everywhere, and I wasn't getting paid great money. It was $5.50 a week, sort of thing. 50 hours again, barely even a tenner an hour, sort of thing. So, one of the safety reps from Bailey's Diageo, he had a hard on for me because I don't know. I've got a head of me, as in I've got a head that basically people want to give out to. Or maybe it's the look that I give them that makes them want to give out to me. But anyway, whatever it is, I don't give a fuck either way. But he turns around to me and says, you need to put on a second pair of glasses over your spectacles. And I go, yeah, that's not going to be safe, 30 foot in the air, 27 degrees. It's just not kosher, like. And he was like, oh, well, you can't be on the site if you won't abide by the
safety standards.
Safety standards. Like, fuck you. I don't want to be here anyway. Like, you know, getting paid minimum to be here. Like, and he goes, oh, you can't talk to me like that. And I go, oh yeah. What way would you like me to talk to you? And he goes, oh, with a little bit of respect. I go, respect is earned, not given. And he felt a wee bit insulted. So anyway, I had to apologise for me being me, which is degrading. But it is what it is. So there's me sitting in a meeting with the boss that is after saying fucking massive job, only a year previous who saved 3 lives. He's sitting on my left hand side watching me back. I thought he's a nice guy. I enjoyed him immensely. Then the safety inspector, that's a worker in the factory as well, is sitting on my right, and then there's 2 managers, both from Scotland, standing across the way. So one of them is the health and safety manager for Europe, and the other one's the products manager for Bailey's, basically. So the 2 boys were trying to put it the politest way possible that you have to apologise to the health and safety guy for speaking to him in that tone or speaking to him in that way. And, yeah, no problem. Sorry about that. Have a day. Good luck.
Yeah, move on.
Moved on. Next day, I was moving the teleporter, we say, not teleporter, sorry, the lifter. So an MEWP, mobile elevated working platform, from A to B. So I had to go up a 5-degree slope, and there had to be a drop of conduit. I had to leave the lifter on a 5-degree slope and do the drop of conduit 25 foot in the air or 30 foot in the air down to 15 foot in the air, we'll say. So I started into that. No sign of any health and safety. Lifter's fucking swinging because it's off level before you start. So it doesn't want... Lifters only want to work on a perfectly level ground.
I wouldn't have thought they would have worked on a 5-degree
Once
slope.
it's a 10-degree slope, there's no chance it'll go up because
it physically
you're
won't move.
unbalancing.
Yeah.
You're unbalancing it too much. But if you've got a little slope, you can get away with going up
A certain
20
height.
foot or 25 foot. Again, these are 40 foot and 50 foot lifters, so you're not using them to the max. You're using them to half their potential, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So you're safe. You're safe inside the parameters, or you're safe inside certain ways and means of using it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I get down 4 hours or 5 hours later after doing the bit of work, and I move the lifter on again over to a nice easy one, maybe 15, 20 foot is all I have to get up, and drop down to 12 foot. So it's an 8 foot drop with an offset and 2 end boxes. Happy out, start making it up. Go to jump up in the lifter to mount, and he goes, where's your second safety officer? That was only after apologising, come back home. Where's your second set of spectacles? And I had a bead of sweat dripping down my head as he was saying this. I'm like, right, stainless steel is 10 times harder than mild steel. So when you bend stainless steel, it's 10 times harder to do it. So if you don't know how to bend mild steel, you ain't going to be able to bend stainless steel. Okay? So I tried to show the apprentice a month previous or a couple of weeks previous to this how to bend stainless. As in, you have to fucking put your whole body and lever it at the same time. So you have a bar here and you're trying to get a bend in it, we'll say on the actual bender itself. But you put an extra bar to make more leverage to be able to pull all the weight down on it, and in a yanking fashion to get your 90 on the conduit. So 6'1" Russian apprentice couldn't do it. Okay, I could do it. Don't know what it was, but maybe it was the shortness and the anger or aggression that I had in me that made me want to show the young fella that was towering over me, this is how you do. So it was just after putting an offset and a bend and a thread in this lump of steel, and when the safety guy comes over, where's your second set of spectacles? Every other piece of safety equipment was on me, as in harness, fizzy vest,
steel toe boots, like the works.
Steel toe boots, everything was on me. Like, you know, I felt really comfortable the way I was. I was sweating, which isn't comfortable when you're working. But I go, you know what? You can shove your fucking job up your hole. And he goes, sorry, mate, I don't work, or you don't work for me. And I go, yeah, well, why the fuck are you sticking your nose into my work? So I walked off and found the boss that was really nice to me, that I was after fucking up his job by saying that on the second day or third day of him only apologising to the overlords that were running the whole job. Yeah, I had to apologise to the overlords, and then he would have had to apologise to keep his money right and to keep his job right, which is the way it works. Like, yeah, I was being the upstart and saying, you know, fuck you, I'm sick of it. I was only paid small money as well. I wasn't paid 800 quid a week like
yeah, you weren't being paid enough to take shit on top of doing the fucking work you had to do, basically.
It's all relative. So anyway, I said, went back up to your man and I explained, look, I'm not paid enough. I can't handle it. I've got too many outgoings, not enough incomings. And he goes, sure, I'll have to ring the fucking dole and tell him to drop your money. And I was like, there's no need to be insulting, man. You know what I'm worth. If you don't want to fucking pay me enough, that's fine, I'm gone. So off I went off and did a PLC course. It was 2012, like way back, like 9 years ago, 10 years ago. Went off and did a PLC course in Cork. So at the time I was driving a Subaru Impreza. So enjoyed driving down to Cork. Enjoyed learning about something new, because I was after working around PLCs for a good few months or a good few years between the first crew and the second crew, that I knew these were the centre pieces of all industry, all commercial industry. So if you understood how to tell these brains what to do, you were invaluable. Yes. Because there's only a certain percentage of the world that can do it. As in, we'll say with C, this is nothing to do with PLCs, this is to do with actual computer programming. So C programming, there's like 0.3% of the world can do it. So like JavaScript and C programming, there's a fucking tiny amount of the population in the world that can do it. Yeah, so it's which makes it valuable. Market. Yeah, it's a completely niche market. But there's so many people that can do it at the same time. That 0.3% sounds tiny, but it's actually like fucking 3 million or 4 million people. Yeah. But anyway, what I'm getting at is them numbers are just hearsay. They aren't real numbers. Yeah. But
no fact checkers on the show just yet.
No, but they can fact check all they want and tell you the real numbers. I don't mind. I'm living in La La Land most of the time anyway. Like, so anyway, back to PLC programming. PLC programming opened me up hugely. In 2012, at the time, Gav, one of my mates, he actually came down for an interview in Cork from Dublin to see if he got an interview. He did get the interview and ended up working down there, and he's been down there for 10 or 11 years since, which is good for Gav. But that's what he wanted to do, and that's what he's doing. But what I'm getting at is, when I did the PLC course, I was like, wow, this is the shit. I can now tell a computer that I want to pick an item up here and I want to put it down here, but I also wanted to turn over when it's down there and then start again. So figured out that, and then I go, Jesus, it's not that hard to do PLCs, so obviously if I go back and do my 6 block, it's not going to be that hard either. So that's what I did in 2013. Went and sat back in Dog College, listened to a lecturer, whatever, 2.5 days a week for 2 months, and enjoyed it because I could see her, see what she was doing on the board and understand it in depth, like, you know, whereas before it was pie in the sky sort of shit.
Smiling and nodding.
Smiling and nodding, that's all you could do, like. But I was a drinker at the time back then as well, so that wouldn't have helped either. Like, I'm a recovering alcoholic now, and I know I'm a recovering alcoholic. So it's, if I fall back into having a few pints, and never 1 or 2, it's always 7 or 8 or 9, and it's never a shot of whiskey. It's always half the bottle, and I don't know the line. I can't stop it. Does that make sense? Once it's there, the taste is there. That's kind of it. So I don't do that anymore. I don't drink anymore, because I know how much it leaves me in the lurch the day after and the day after and the day after with the depression of it.
Yeah, your 7-day hangover, basically.
Oh, big time. I'm dying to go to the Jacks.
Yeah, no worries, lad. We'll pause it up. Okay, and we're back. Sorry. Now, so Sean, sorry, what were you saying?
We were talking about getting from 2013 to 14. So there's way back, and I felt really guilty. I actually met Paller Mulvey, so I did.
Okay, a mutual friend of ours.
In 2010, and I was trying to do it in 2010, as in go back and sit in the 6 phase college block to resit the 7 phase or resit the 6 phase test to get the 7 phase done, to be a qualified electrician. And I got a phone call off a foreman that was doing a massive job, 9,000 square foot, 4,000 square foot garage, and he says, do you want to look at it? I couldn't say no at the time because I was still in the grab money aspect of life. I had 1 child at the time, or just about 1 child at the time, and it was just like, I didn't understand that the more you chase, the more you lose, sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I went off and did that for 6 or 7 months. Grand money, grand work, lovely house. Learned an awful lot in them 6 or 7 months. Then went back, paid Tiagio and all that. Went off and did the PLC. Went back and redid the 6 phase for the 3rd or 4th time. As in, like, I tried to sit it in 2010, sit through the class again with glasses on me, but I'd been given the opportunity to make money again at the same time, so I'd taken the opportunity to make money. And back to square one in 2013, 2014. Sat the test then 2014, passed it, went back to work in data centres then. So I did. Got a phone call when I was in the data centre, and it was, do you want to earn €28 an hour? Fucking right I do. So he goes, I'll sort you out with flights, you're going to Belgium. It's 2 weeks on, 3 days off. And I go, geez, that sounds alright. And I go, who am I working for? And he goes, GlaxoSmithKline. And I go, big outfit. And he goes, yeah. And I go, are you direct? And he goes, no, we're indirect. We're working for this other crowd that you did a bit of work for in Charleville. A big outfit as well. And I go, well, that's grand. So I started into that, about a month into that. I meet a fella called, I won't no names. I met a fella from Cork anyway. He was only after coming back from Australia. And he sounded lad, like, but he was direct with the crowd. So BCD, he wasn't a subbie, I was a subbie. So I thought, great, making savage money. This young fella's an apprentice, happy days. He's going to listen to what has to be done. He's not going to fucking stress me out. He's an Irish boy. All us Irish boys stick together. So, a month into it, we were measuring cables. So it's 500 volts, you're putting down a cable, both ends. So you have to make sure you're safe one end, make sure you're safe the other end. Then you pump the 500 volts down it. You get infinity, or you get a reading. You either write down the reading, or you get infinity, which is good. But doing that, and it's a yes and no thing. You're safe, yes. You're safe, no. I could be, is what you started doing to me. I could be safe. And I go, well, you're either fucking safe or you're not. You're holding them with your tongue. No, I am safe. And I go, fucking tuck you. Like, he started winding me up basically for the crack. And
Over fucking 500 volts going through a cable.
no, he was like 500 metres away from me. I was talking to him on a walkie-talkie.
Yeah.
So we're standing on stainless steel.
But no, my point being, he's kind of making a joke
Yeah,
about
yeah,
testing
but
a
this
500 fucking volt cable.
He's making a joke about it being safe or not safe. So I needed a yes or no. If it wasn't safe, I couldn't do the test.
Yeah, it's
Then
not
I
a
had
joke.
to figure out why it wasn't safe.
Yeah.
Or tell my superior why it wasn't safe. So this guy would have been a house basher and went off to Australia and did the Australian certificates to be EX rated. So EX rated is all gas and oil. Okay. All instrumentation, all highly paid, top end work. And basically, he had done this for a little bit in Australia, so he thought he understood about it in Ireland or in Belgium. But the Irish are actually one of the furthest along with this, as in pharmaceuticals. Your mate was talking about, Archie was talking about last week. Like, you can go to most pharmaceuticals in the world, and you're guaranteed to find a few Irish lads in there, because it's either the pipework has to be welded via a certified welder that's generally Irish, or it has to be wired via instrumentation, electrics, or by a big outfit, whatever it might be, the PM Group or Mercury or Kirby's or wherever it is. But there's always a huge big group involved that are a huge outfit, as in they always have huge wages for the lads, because they're all high-end lads, basically. So, anyway, over in Belgium, making what I thought was great money. Gets to a Thursday, one of the days, and everybody has their pay slips, and the young fella, he's only 4 or 5 years my junior now. I'm not trying to insult him, calling him a young fella, but his train of thought was not my train of thought at this stage of life. So his train of thought was, about session Friday, Saturday night. My train of thought was, can I afford to get a ticket home and spend 2 days with the family, or a day with the family, and fly back? Can I afford to do that? So he shows me his wages, and he got 2-1 and I got 1,800. And I was like, nah, that's not right. So I ring the boss, and the boss says, yeah, he's direct, and you're a subby of a subby. And you've got your lodge paid, and you've got your dinner paid for every night, if you choose it. Like, and I go, yeah, that doesn't equate to 300 quid in my world. So I was getting humpy, obviously, and he only had X amount that he could give out for labour. So because the young fella was after explaining that he was making 300 quid more, I was after having a little figary that he's making 300 quid more than me, and me showing him what to do. So I jacked straight away, because that's the way my mind works. So I'm not getting paid what I deserve, I'm not doing it. Fuck you. So I walked away. He rings me, the boss from Ireland rings me 2 hours later, says, what are you doing? And I go, look, fair is fair. You called me out before and said I was being paid too much, and you couldn't afford to pay me anymore way back in Bailey's show years ago. Here we are, 3 years on, I have the qualification you asked for. I asked for the X amount of money. You gave it to me, but then I'm giving an apprentice that's getting 300 quid a week more than me, because he has to pay for his own lodge and his own grub. But he's coming with us. So he comes with us every evening for our feed, and then we bring him back to his apartment with us.
Yeah.
So therefore, why is he getting extra money when I have more knowledge than him? And he goes, as I said, he's direct and you're a subby. And I go, look, I can't do that. I'm out. And that was that. Like, so that was 2014, 2015. I had obviously made my bed. I'd taken pictures of the last few timesheets with my camera phone, because I didn't want to spend any more time arguing over money that was due to me for X amount of work. So when the last few wages came in, I was 2.5 grand shy. And so it was a family-owned business, the lads that I was working for at the time. I explained to the overall boss, as in the boss of the fella that I'd said in Belgium and in Bailey's show, I've had enough of this shit. His boss, I'm shy of 2.5 grand. what do you want to do about it? He goes, you come down to me and we'll talk through it. So that's what I did the next day. I went down to him, talked through it, and he goes, look, I can't prove that you've done all this work you've said you've done. And I go, well, I can. There's the timesheets there, Jim. And I showed him the pictures of the timesheets, and he goes, can you give me copies of that? And I go, I surely can. Give me your email. He gave me the email, I sent him across, and he goes, no problem at all, Sean. I'll have that sorted for you today. It was probably one of the best feelings I've ever had in my life, to get paid what I felt like I deserve.
You're not asking for too much, though, were you? Like, you know,
no, I was
just
asking
getting
what I
paid the fucking
deserved.
right amount, like.
Yeah, but it was nearly like I wasn't getting shafted. I felt like I was getting what I deserved. I knew that beyond my little world, there was huge amounts of money involved in this, like huge, like millions upon millions. Like GlaxoSmithKline had gotten 10 billion off fucking Bill Gates the same year for doing the plant that the crowd in Cork were after building, transporting from Cork to Belgium to put together for GlaxoSmithKline. So it was like, you were talking
big
millions,
industry level
millions,
stuff. Like.
huge industry. But again, seeing all that made my life relative to what I wanted, or what I thought I wanted. So way back then, I had to walk through 3 or 4 giant car parks every day at 6:30 in the morning. And when you're walking 600 or 700 meters from A to B every morning, and you're smoking your fag as you do to try and get your day started, or you're smoking your fag just because you're an addict to nicotine, whatever it is, and I was looking up and I could see the fucking huge fucking 40 by 40 foot solar panel systems all across these big car parks, right? Fuck me, this is phenomenal. Like, you know, as in, they're all facing west, and forgive me if I get this wrong, but it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yeah.
The sun, yeah. So obviously starts in the east, comes all the way around to the south, and then goes all the way around to the west, and then drops down again, but in a semicircle.
Yeah.
I was looking at this, and every morning I'd go in and be facing east, and every morning I'd walk out in the dark, it'd be facing west. I was like, fuck me. It's phenomenal shit. Phenomenal. 2014. Right, fuck it. I've already jacked in that, and I said, I'm on the way home. Got home, jumped into my nice fancy car, super impressive, really happy, really fucking chuffed with life. Thought, yeah, I have an inkling now that I know what direction I'm going in, because I mean, say when I was coming up in 2002, 2003, only young, I would have been sitting on the ground for, let me say, 2 or 3 months of a year, sitting on the ground, sitting on a chair, whatever it was, sitting on something, and literally just ringing cables, pulling them, pulling the tails off, putting on ferrules, next one, ringing cable, pull the tails off, show the copper, put on the ferrule, next one. So I would have done that in like Hickey's pharmacy in Navan when they were doing up that. I would have done it in Sherlock's, the first building on the corner in Beachmount way back, guts of 20 years ago. And I always would have noticed that I was there at the bottom, handing the cables up to everybody. And 12 or 13 years on, it had changed slightly, as in you could buy what I used to spend 10 to 12 minutes making cheaper than you could spend building.
Yes.
So you could buy in the parts cheaper than building them.
Yeah.
So that meant you needed more money to complete the work, but you needed less labour. The problem with that is, if you're not always on the ball with it, you're going to lose money, because if you don't know that LED bulbs are coming out and you're still installing low voltage bulbs, if they ask you for LED bulbs and you've got a stock of 300 or 400 low voltage bulbs, you still have to go out and buy the LED bulbs even though you've got a stock of low voltage bulbs.
Yes.
So people don't want these. They don't want the low voltage, they wanted the LEDs. This is where it was going. So at the time it was like data was just coming into it. So fucking like Cat 5 was new to the market, and it was 300 meters in a drum at the time, and you could make like 21 or 22 quid per point. So that meant from your comms cabinet to your point, let's say 55, point number 55, you made €22 for terminating that end and terminating the far end. Cable was only 25 meters long. Cables ran within 3 or 4 minutes of starting. But the number was 22 quid per point. So if you were doing 50 of them, you were making a huge amount of money. You were making 1,100 quid for doing 50 points. So literally going 8 times. You were making 22.50 or whatever it was, 22 quid per point. So I thought, this is a good lot of years ago. There's definitely money in that. And then fire alarms. The regulations for fire alarms changed. So that meant that every area had to be zoned and had to be addressable. So this was all new again, like, you know, as in there was only a certain amount of people that knew about the regulations changing, the new regulations staying the way they were, and that all of this regulation was down to insurance premiums, as in to reduce their insurance premiums.
Yeah, they had to bring up their fire safety to whatever code or whatever it was, yeah.
This is what it was. So I never really caught on to any of the fads or any of the fire alarm data. I'd watched people make money out of it and watched people coming up as such doing it. But it had never been a huge big turnover for anybody that I'd never been able to grasp onto one of them completely and say, yeah, that's going to be me for the next 4 or 5 years. That's just what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a huge amount of money out of it. So 2014, after seeing all these solar panels, I said, fuck it, I'm going to buy me some solar panels. Because there ain't nobody doing it now. That's what I want to do. So got in contact with everybody in Ireland that I kind of knew to pull out of, and found out that you could buy a panel, alright, but you could only buy a panel for 480 quid. And it was a 250 watt panel. So it was working out at nearly €2 a watt. Right? So if you're buying 5 panels or 4 panels to make 1,000 watts, 1 kilowatt, it was costing you a huge amount of money, like $2.5 grand or $2 grand, two, just for the 4 or 5 panels, 4 panels that you wanted. Whereas now, 2021, you can buy them same 4 panels for €300 delivered to your back door. So I decided in 2014 that I wanted to build them. So I knew right well I can build a 120 watt panel in 6 hours, and the materials for a cost, we'd say 180 quid, and I was double glazing them with 7mm glass in the top. So I knew the consumption that I wanted to get to was relative to how much I could build. So I was trying to bring my 9.5 to 10,000 kilowatts per year for the two household family that I have in my garden, as in my parents' house and that I grew up in, and then my little house with my 5 kids, and it wasn't 5 at the time, but it is 5 now. I wanted to get the consumption of the overall units down to, we'll say, 6,500 kilowatts a year, right, which is what roughly a standard house uses, 4,500 kilowatts a year. 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom house with two kids and 2 adults roughly is 4,500 kilowatts a year. So 120 watts doesn't sound like much, but 120 watts multiplied by 8 to 10 hours of sunlight equals 920 watts. So if you produce anywhere upwards of 5,000 watts in one day, and your consumption is 20,000 watts, you're reducing your consumption by 25%.
Yes.
So
you save a quarter of your ESB bill, basically.
Quarter of your ESB bill for what I thought was going to be bulletproof systems that I was able to build, as in build it from scratch with reverse bias diodes. So a reverse bias diode allows current to pass one way but doesn't allow current to pass the other way.
Okay.
So it's literally like a stop clock for water.
Yes.
As in when
it
the stop clock
in, but
goes low, water comes in. But when there's too much water, stop clock closes.
Yeah.
Same sort of thing. Same with energy. But it also means that you're not dragging out your battery bank when the sun isn't giving you enough light over the whole panel.
Yeah, the electricity isn't going from the battery you've just charged back into the
your
panel
panel.
and being wasted.
You're not losing it. It's only going one way into your battery bank. So I was into this for 6 or 7 months, really enjoying it. But I was burning, like, as in I was 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning soldering these little panels. So the panels were only like, they'd be, say, twice the size of a phone, and each one of them would be 1.3 or 1.5 watts. So I was only getting 120 watts once I had 60 or 70 of them in one panel.
Yeah, all soldered in.
So 700, it was working out at 700 mil across. 700 mil long and 500 mil wide, basically.
Okay.
A lump of plastic that I was soldering all these panels onto, and then putting a double glazed unit on top of it. So then, by 2015, going into 2016, a guy had rang me and said, look, I can sell you panels for cost, as in 250 watt for €250. And I was like, yeah, I'll be doing that then. So, and it was quite, again, it was wood from the trees. I'm after spending $2,500 trying to build these panels. I built 8 or 10 of them, happy out, they all work, but they aren't perfect, as in I can't sell them to the likes of you because they aren't CE stamped.
Yes.
But I can use them all myself for my own personal use, because there's nothing wrong with you creating your own energy as long as you're not endangering anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I can brew my own beer,
Yeah.
and I don't have to do it to any standard.
No,
If
but
I
you
wanna
can
sell
drink
in
it,
a
but if you
fucking
kill
shop-
yourself, you're fucked.
Yes.
But it's again, it's all relative. So anyway, I started into it, and realised that I wanted to be in the SAI, so Sustainable Energy Association Ireland, and I couldn't be on their website because I didn't have their certifications, as in their qualification to install it and to certify it. So booked into them 2 courses to be on the SAI website, and lo and behold, 6 months later, course has passed, I'm on the SAI website. Happy days, I am where I want to be. Great, start pricing the work. Okay, people are talking about 2 years, 3 years down the road, they want to put in a system. Yeah, sorry, I can't really help you. I have to start in the next month or 2. So if you come across a job that you don't want done in 2 years, by all means give me a bell. Anything electrical, anything solar, or any sort of power supply you need, wherever it is, it's irrelevant. It can be done for X amount of money. I'll use your unit as a way of promoting what I'm doing. So I'll do it at a cost, but I'll do it at that cost, as in not exorbitant amount of extra money. So like a battery bank and a panel and a pump installed for 700 quid, and it's guaranteed for a year and a half to run a water feature 1.5 miles away from a power supply. Like that was one of them, for example. But the guys that I was trying to do the work for had the money, but they didn't want to pay out to do the real systems, as in they were sold water heating systems as solar panel systems 5 years ago or 6 years ago, and that's what they thought was a solar panel system when it was mechanical water heating. Okay. So I was trying to go up against the plumbers, as in not physically go against them, but trying to explain to a client that PV is for electrical energy and not for water heating.
Yes.
But people couldn't see the wood from the trees with it, because they thought, sure, who's this young buck? So what would he know? How is he even at my door trying to explain this to me? Like, there's nothing behind him. Like, I know his dad was an electrician, so sorry. History was, dad was an electrician since 86, or before then, set up in 86 and only shut in 2017.
And sorry to cut across you, but how much of that is in your own head, though? Like, what they're thinking of.
Oh, it's
you.
probably huge. It's probably fucking 90% of it in my own head. But all I need is like a little hint, as in when someone says a specific thing, as in, and how much is one of them costing me, and how much is 10 of them costing me? When someone says something along them lines, all they're trying to do is judge the actual cost of the unit. They're not thinking about the production of energy that they're getting from the unit.
Yeah, you have to think of what the net that you're left with, basically.
Yeah, So the net would be 10 to 12 years positive energy after payment.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Which is like, so a system I put in 2016 had paid for itself by 2020. So
Right.
that was a 2 kilowatt system, 8 panels on a roof, 305 or 310 watt panels, produced 9 or 10,000, 11,000 kilowatts since. So if a kilowatt's costing you 12 cents and it's produced 11,000, I'll do the maths really quick, but like, roughly what it is in 22,000 kilowatts.
Yeah,
or
look,
22,000 cents. So it's 2,000 euro, we'd say, it's produced worth of power.
Okay, that you otherwise would have had to pay for.
Yeah. But again, the problem also being that the government does not, or the ESB Networks, which is the private company, does not want to pay for outside generation.
Yes.
Because they don't get money when someone pays into the grid. Once someone's putting positive energy feedback into the grid, they can't make enough out of it because it's never big enough to run a data center, for example. So a data center is, you were talking about them with sheep or something.
Patrick is right, yeah.
And like the data centers, like, I don't think you can quantify the amount of power they consume.
Well, the way she put it was
Massive. So
well, no, but he said like Navan.
Oh yeah, easily. Like
but
that.
yeah, that puts it into perspective.
So
for
we'll
people.
say Tara Mines has an ESB between 4 and 6 million a year.
Okay.
But that's because they drill giant fucking drill bits, 24 foot into stone rock faces.
Yeah.
200 feet below ground level, or 400 feet below ground level. But these rigs are like 70-ton rigs, like, they're not small babies at all. The most efficient way for them to do it is to actually put a power supply onto this big truck and then drill 16 holes in one go with this big power supply that's coming off the grid, basically.
Right.
But like 34 megawatts is so it's 34 million watts is what one of them data center produces. Standard house uses 3,500 watts, so it's 4,500 kilowatts a year. So that's 4,500 watts of energy is what a standard house runs on, and the data center uses between 34 and 38 megawatts. So it's 1 million watts. Mega is 6 zeros basically, of energy.
Yes, it's a building that consumes the energy of thousands and thousands and thousands of houses.
Yeah, and our government have neglected to say that we pay for the running of these. It's not the people that own these make a set amount of money from doing what they do, but to power these units, they make a contract with the ESB to pay per unit a lot cheaper than you pay or I pay.
Granted, but that's just that's like a quantity break, though. I mean, if you go into an electrical wholesaler and want to buy a plug, it's €1. You want to buy 1,000 plugs, it's 50 cent.
Agreed. So I do get very frustrated with that whole aspect of it. Does that make sense? As in the way it's set up, that a man that's building a data center can buy something for 4 times cheaper than I can buy it, because he's willing to put his own life or his own working career and his whole working career in the hands of big corporations that can pull the plug at any second.
Yeah, very much so.
And that's never going to leave humanity in a positive state. That's always going to leave humanity in a negative state. Like it's like here's a great one for you. In 2014, I was walking around the place, and I was told to just knock off the toilet bar off the ends of the tray. And I was only told I had 3 weeks work with this crowd. And my foreman had told me I can give you 3 weeks. Only after coming back from Belgium at the time. And I was after getting the number of this foreman off a fella in Belgium to go back to this data centre working in Dublin.
Okay.
And I was asked to be moved from the top floor after they'd been doing the train trunking, and I was told to just cut all the trailer bars at the tails. And so I spent a whole day driving around in a forklift because all the ceilings were 15 or 16 foot high, basically cutting through the trailer bar that was sitting right in front of me, and then just wanking it is what I'd call it, backwards and forwards until it broke. And then the fella that was over me comes along at 3:30 in the day and goes, "You doing it that way?" And I go, "Yeah, is there another way?" And he goes, "Yeah, there is." And I go, "Oh yeah, show us." So he walks over to the ground, picks up a lump of conduit, it's only about a metre and a half long, goes up to the next trailer bar in front of me, goes bop, bop, bop. 1, 2, 3. The lump of trailer bar falls down through the conduit and hits the ground. And I'm after driving around a forklift that's 4 ton around every single trailer bar, holding it with my left hand, cutting it with my right hand, and then wanking it backwards and forwards for 6.5 hours. And he comes along with 2 hours left in the day, shows me how to do it the fastest way possible.
Yeah, with a bit of a knack.
And then walks away. And I thought, brilliant, as in, you could have done that 6 hours ago and saved 3 hours of my production time, but you chose not to, which is fine. As in, it's all relevant.
But again, I wonder how much of this is in your head. I mean, are you sure he saw what you were doing at the start of the day? Do you know kind of way? Like maybe he didn't notice. Maybe he saw what you were doing and then went, "Oh fuck yeah, Sean, there's an easier way." Now again, I have no fucking clue.
I was 28 years of age, right? At this time, 27, 28 years of age, house built, after being put underneath the 25-year-old.
Yeah.
And he was doing 25 mil conduit. And after a week and a half, he goes, "You're a mad bastard." And I go, "I am what I am, and I'll always be what I am. There's no changing that shit." And then he went off on holidays. He hadn't had any kids yet, and he went off on holidays for a couple of days, and then comes back, and I was off at a different crew, but he pulled me back into his crew. But then the day after that would have been the threaded bar thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And this would have been 3, maybe 4 weeks into the job, and I could sense that I was looking at life a different way to all of them. They were all in it to get to the next level of their job, where I was in it to get the money to walk away.
Yes.
I didn't have the investment they had in it. I knew I didn't have the investment, but that's because it was after living my life already to a point. And I was like, "Do you know what? Fuck everybody. If the money is what the money is, I'll just keep my mouth shut, my head down, and carry on until I'm carried off as such." So that was way back. So anyway, back to solar panels, 2015. Get them fairly cheap, but again, nobody understood what I was talking about. Well, they probably did, but they didn't want to hear it off me. And I'm not a seller, I'm a doer. I've always been a doer. Again, we talked about houses earlier on. 13 years, it took me 13 years to turn my little apartment into the house I live in now.
Yes.
Whereas I don't know if anybody else would want to do it for 13 years and do without a mortgage, but again, that's the way it happened for me, and that's the way it's been. So I couldn't get a mortgage because my mind wouldn't allow me, and again, as well as that, the banks won't allow me, because you talked about the APT, ability to pay. I don't have an ability to pay. That was knocked out of me in 2009 when I was actually doing it first and foremost. And I explained to one of the bank managers, assistant bank managers at the Bank of Ireland, and I'll never forget it. I go, "I'm going to max out my overdraft, I'm going to max out my credit card. I'm trying to get into an apartment. I'm renting. I'm a third-year apprentice. So I'm paying rent, paying to keep a car on the road, trying to build an apartment out of a shed, and trying to hold down a 40-hour job at the same time." He goes, "Yeah, no problem. You can do that." So 6 months later, on the Thursday at lunchtime, I went in to lodge the cheque, Went in to take €100 out after lodging the cheque, and my card was swallowed up. I walked into the bank manager. He says, yeah, you owe us lots of money. And I go, I know that. I explained to you a couple of months ago that I was hungover as fuck now. 1 o'clock in the day, and it would have been a stink of beer still off me, like, you know. I was only young, like a young buck, as in fucking 25, 26, well able to handle it, well able to keep the head on. Didn't really matter. I didn't understand that I was an alcoholic at the time again, so here's to knowing, and here's to the unknown of it. And anyway, $7,000 was the number. At the time I didn't have any other loans, didn't owe anybody anything. I owed for my insurance, so for the Fiat Punto, for example, was $5,000. The vehicle only cost $2,500. So it was like everything was extortion when you were coming up, when we were starting off. And so I got $7,000 the next week out of the credit union because I had a full-time job, and basically I had the ability to pay in their mind. So that's what I did. And I walked into the Bank of Ireland, found that same bank manager that had shut me down, and said, if you get me $7,000 in the next week, I can make sure I reinstate everything. And so he didn't even shake my right hand, he shook my left hand, and I should have known when he shook my left hand. So he goes, great doing business with you, takes the money and walks away. So that was me after forking out everything I had in my world to try and get this apartment to a livable state, maxing out everything I could. Agreement was a week previous, yeah, if you get me every penny you owe us, no problem reinstating everything. Happy days. My dad at the time was turning over a hell of a lot of money in the same bank, so I thought that was more so a cover for my own actions, if that makes sense, which is not the way life works at all, and I didn't realise that at the time. So $7,000, I gave them to him. They fucked me off. They didn't blacklist me or anything, but they made it very hard for me to cash a cheque. They made me wait for 4 or 5 days for the cheque to be cleared all the time, even though it was what it was. It was a Bank of Ireland cheque coming from an account and going into another Bank of Ireland account. So at that stage I go, right, I can never deal with anything to do with them again, because that doesn't seem fair in any society. If you explain your case to someone and then they tell you what they need to make sure you can get to where you're trying to get to, and then they pull the plug anyway when they get everything they want. That's the definition of an unfair society.
Yeah.
So at the time I didn't realise how it was or how it should have been. But what they wanted me to do was go off and get a mortgage, and buy a house that I wouldn't have been able to afford, that I would have lost anyway in 2009.
Yeah.
Because the way it was is, you couldn't get paid for doing your job in 2009.
After the crash there, yeah.
Yeah. So that was what it was. And life is what it is now. So I just can't get my head round why people are expecting the banking sector to accommodate people after they've proven so many times that they don't want to accommodate people. Does that make sense?
Oh, no, without a doubt.
So, for example, since that point, I've actually completely hated banking and the structure and its entirety. In 2014, I had fucking tons of money in a permanent TSB account because I was working in Belgium and couldn't spend it in Belgium, so it was going straight into the permanent TSB account. And I went into that bank manager after 4 or 5, 6 or 7 years dealing with a bank, and I asked said bank manager, is there any chance of a loan to finish me little house, like? He said, no. And I go, well, I got 4 or 5 grand in the bank, like. And he goes, yeah, I can't help you though. And I go, he starts telling me about his uncle. And I go, and what's that got to do with me? And he goes, oh, well, he's got a farm. Yeah, so the man has land, and yet he still can't pay for the land. So how is that anything to do with me? And he was like, well, if this man can't do it, how can you do it? That's what his thought process was. And this is a young enough man. Like, he was only in his 30s. I would have been 25 or 26 or 27. And I just thought, no, I never want to be in this again.
Yeah.
I never want to feel like this that I feel now. I never want to feel this again, because I don't need to feel this. It's not my fault that I am what I am. It's not my fault that life is the way life is. And I'm not a net contributor to society as a whole now, whereas I was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
But 15 years ago, if you had met me as a net contributor, I wouldn't have had the time to talk to you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
because I'm too busy in the system
Yeah.
trying to get to the next point. So what the realization was that life is what you make it. If you decide that you're going to do something the hard way and you choose to finish it, you have to push in both directions to get to where you want to be. But you have to realise when you are there that you've got there. Like, as in, I was standing in my garden a couple of days ago and I was like, Jesus, I built that roof and I built that roof and I put that polytunnel there and I put that utility room there, for example. And I put them solar panels up there and I put them solar panels up there and I built that shed. It's like, wow.
Yeah, there's a pride there.
Yeah, like, it is, like, you know, that's my castle, like.
Yeah.
As in, nobody can touch anything in my castle now. Whereas with the imposter syndrome that you were talking about this before, I was always waiting for someone to come along and say, nah, go on out with that. You've had enough there. Enough of a good run there. You can just give all that back there. You don't deserve it. Do you know?
Yeah.
Whereas that was down to not doing the paperwork the right way. I always had it in the back of my mind that there's going to be someone's going to come along and
From the
say,
planning authority or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
Whereas,
The big bad wolf, basically.
yeah. Whereas the fact of the matter is, the big bad wolf is all around us, but we don't know it. As in, all the zero drinks, they're all filled with aspartame and the cellophane K. All the chewing gums, they're all filled with it as well. So they're all filled with aspartame. So, like, that's the devil in my mind. Them sort of disease-giving drugs or disease-giving supplements that aren't actually noted for what they are. As
Right.
in, it isn't ever written on the bottle of a 7-Up Zero, this will give you multiple sclerosis if drank for 20 to 25 years. It's do you know what I mean? It's not done like it's proven that aspartame is a strong contributor to multiple sclerosis. But again, the FDA that made aspartame legal in 1996 said it was safe because there was so much of it, and the man that owned so much of it wanted to make money out of having this byproduct from the aluminium industry.
Right.
So it's
You're speaking about something now that I know nothing about, and I'm just curious as to how you know about it.
how do I know about it? When I started having kids.
Okay.
We vaccinated my first child. So we did.
And when we vaccinated our first child, this is way back, like fucking 10 years ago, 11 years ago, he started getting rashes. And we couldn't pinpoint why he was getting rashes. So we eventually got him, what's it called? You have intolerances for things in life. So certain people can be intolerant to latex.
Yeah,
or,
ginger people can't handle the sun.
yeah,
as
yeah.
a base
So
example.
my
yeah.
son is ginger, beautiful. Like he's a strong, powerful Irish man. He is full fluent Irish, which I'm so proud of.
Savage. What age is he?
He's only 12, like.
Fucking hell, that's incredible, man. Fair
So
play.
he was going out to the school out the road here. But what I'm getting at anyway is he's allergic to pork, ice cream, and one or two other crazy things. Like, you know,
Okay.
and pork was a big part of his diet before we realised he was intolerant to it or allergic to it. So I was having 3 pork sandwiches a day with eggs, for example, and he'd have something similar too. And what I'm getting at is, once we figured that out, that ice cream and pork were his too, we realised that our daughter also had a problem. We couldn't put our finger on that one. That was wheat flour.
Okay, she's gluten intolerant. is it,
Gluten
or-
intolerant. So it's actually not gluten. It's like, so white bread is made from wheat flour. Certain things are made from wheat flour. But that process of wheat flour, if there's any wheat flour in anything, it just turns our stomach completely. Our stomach can't settle. So the aspartame thing is to do with the fluoride thing in the water, in my opinion, right? So that's when I learned about my kids having intolerances, I kind of wanted to delve a little bit deeper, as in, right, so they're intolerant to this and they're intolerant to that. What am I intolerant to? So I figured out what I was intolerant to, and then I cut that out of my diet, changed my mood. So once my mood was changed, then I was like, right, so what are the things that are really bad for me now, so I know in the future, like, as in, this is before the stroke, like, so I was trying to steer myself in the right direction, and I came across Dick Cheney's friend, and Dick Cheney's friend used to have a huge aluminium plants all over America, and the FDA basically are the food standard agency in America, or
Yeah, the
it's
Food and
worldwide.
Drug Administration. Yeah.
And so basically one of Bush's and Cheney's friends had thousands upon thousands of millions of tons of aspartame. And
As
they
a
figured
byproduct from his aluminium factories. Okay.
and he figured out that the aspartame tasted a bit sugary. So it tasted somewhat like sugar.
Yes, so it could be used as an artificial sweetener, say.
Yes. But it also, there was tests done on rats about aspartame as well. And I don't know if they were pushed or what happened, but the test proved that after putting aspartame into your body for so many months, basically it gave you multiple sclerosis, or the early signs of multiple sclerosis.
Okay.
Which is quite scary for anybody that has seen the disease in action. Like, you know, it makes your loved ones like fucking dummies. Like, I know that they are. Don't get me wrong, as in the people are there deep down, but they can't express what they're trying to express.
I don't think you have to state how bad.
Yeah, I know,
multiple
but anyway,
sclerosis is. It's fucking awful. So
then I noticed that none of the zeros were sold in England.
when you say zeros, the like Coke Zero or
No,
7-Up Zero?
sorry, it was in Belgium. None of the Coke Zeros or 7-Up Zeros were sold in Belgium.
Okay.
And I was like, right, why is that? So the EU basically made aspartame illegal in all soft drinks. But the Irish government didn't make it legal.
Okay.
So I don't know if the Irish are part of this or they aren't part of this, or like it's a big experiment, or if it's not a big experiment, but it's yet to be deciphered or figured out. So fluoride is proven to be a duller of your senses.
Yeah, it's a neurotoxin, I believe.
Yeah. And it's used in most prisons across the world to bring down the aggressiveness of the people in prison.
Really?
This is what what was explained to me. So it'll be 5 or 6 times what is in our water now would be in a prison, for example. 5 or 6 times the dosage of fluoride.
In the water, okay.
To make sure that if they do get aggressive, that they can only get so aggressive. They
Okay,
don't get,
it limits their spike in adrenaline or whatever, I don't know.
I'm not sure either, but when I heard about this, and then when I heard about a man actually putting in the systems to fluoridate the water, and then another man that had also put in the systems to fluoridate the water, and he said it wasn't actually measured. And this is a guy that would have been my boss for 2 or 3 years.
Sorry, what wasn't measured now? The level of fluoride
the
in the
amount of
water?
fluoride going into the water.
Okay.
Into the water system. So if you're not measuring a neurotoxin going into a societal water system, and then the TDs vote against defluoridating all the water, as in 127 to 52 4 or 5 years ago. Obviously there's a bit of something going on there. That's just my opinion on it.
Okay.
You know, as in, I don't fluoridate, as in any of the fluoride in my water, I filter it out with reverse osmosis.
Okay.
I've only got my parents in the past 3 years to start drinking reverse osmosis. So reverse osmosis is 5 stages of filtering. So it's all done with it's all micron or fibre filters, basically. And it deodorizes the water as well. So there's no chemical taste of the water when you use RO. You're taking all the badness and all the goodness out of the water, but there's no real badness, as in fluoride based. If you boil water, this is a good one. If you boil water, you increase the fluoride in it by 400%.
How do you do that?
Because fluoride is the type of neurotoxin, basically, that once it's heated by a certain degree, it just explodes 400 times more than it should. And then every time we drink a cup of tea with 400% fluoride in it, it's obviously dulling your own senses and your own thought making abilities to a point.
Okay.
But again, it's all relative, as in with your IQ or with you as a person, how it's going to hurt you or not hurt you as a whole. So my mum, as I said earlier on, she had a great title way back in the day. I had asked her a few years ago, why did they put fluoride in the water and why did they put it in the toothpaste? And she goes, to keep your teeth right. But again, if you look a bit deeper into that, that's not true.
But are you jumping to this is the conspiracy?
It's not a conspiracy.
Level?
It can't be a conspiracy theory if it's true.
No,
Like,
I'm not saying that it's not a conspiracy theory. I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you think. I mean, do you think that the Irish government is intentionally loading us with fluoride?
Oh, indeed,
to dump us all down?
indeed, yeah. I do actually think that, because if you have a vote and you're paid 180,000 a year to be one of them voters, and then a TD that runs our country, and you vote to not allow our population to be clean and fresh, as in no neurotoxin involved, and you vote against that, obviously you don't want the status quo to change. You want the status quo to stay the same.
Yes, but I think that's kind of simplified a little bit, because I think a lot of the time when TDs are voting on different things, for the most part, they probably don't really know the ins and outs of what exactly they're voting on. So it could be put to them, look, we can keep things the way they are, or we can massively reduce the fluoride in the water, but it'll cost 100 million, or whatever the fuck it costs. You know what, just plucking numbers out of my head. And they say, well, look, no one's really complaining about it. We could do it to 100 million somewhere else, so they don't vote for it. They're not in on it. It's not a...
Yeah. So when Enda Kenny was in power, and he was our Taoiseach, for a bad word, isn't it? Taoiseach?
Yeah, Taoiseach, yeah, head of the parliament.
The government at the time spent 10 million on a nanoparticle filtration system for Dáil Éireann.
Okay.
So why do they need to spend 10 million on a nanoparticle filtration system for Dáil Éireann, but the population is fine to have neurotoxin put in their water?
Fuck, look, I don't know.
But that's just what I've learned. That's an opinion. This is my opinion on it.
Yeah.
You know, so
but
my opinion is like my asshole. It doesn't matter. Fuck
yeah,
you,
but
who doesn't want to hear it.
Your opinion is based on where you're getting your information from to a large degree.
Agreed.
And I'm just wondering where you're getting your information from.
Snippets. I've always gotten snippets from here, there, and everywhere.
Well, we do that, but I mean, the two things that I'd like to question are, not to even question, but two things that don't sound right is that A, they would spend 10 million on a water filtration system. I would find that somewhat unlikely. The second one then is in relation to the prison service putting extra fluoride into the water. I would have just assumed the prisons were just on mains water.
No, they're extra fluoridated. So, a crowd in Navan, when I was looking for work a few years ago, there's one guy in Navan there that wanted to find a guy that was going to be 3 electricians in one. So he was going to be the draftsman, as in he'll draw up the plan for the system. He was also going to be the installer, so he built all the containment for the system. He was also going to be the cable runner to run all the cables and terminate the whole system.
Okay.
So one guy in Avon wanted to pay one electrician to do 3 electricians' jobs. And I was like, yeah, sorry mate, but what you're asking is a 3-man job, and what you want to pay is a 1-man wage. So I can't help you. Same guy is still in business now, doing the exact same thing. But the exact same thing is building systems, stainless steel systems, for the introduction of fluoride into the system.
Okay.
So this has been going on 5 or 6 years.
But let's say, hypothetically, because I don't know, let's say the prison system is doing that, okay? They've got these systems and they're injecting extra fluoride into the water. Right? Let's say that's true, okay? Who else would be doing it? I mean, this guy in Navan who's selling these systems isn't just selling them.
He's
to
selling
the
to
prison.
county councils.
Okay.
So it's a county council thing that he's working on behalf of the county council to give them exactly what they're asking for with a water system for X amount of people. Let me say 250,000 people.
Okay, but you said specifically there, and stop me if I'm wrong here, but that this system that he had was putting even more fluoride in.
No, it was a system that was set up
To put fluoride in.
to put fluoride in.
Oh yeah, well the fluoride is in our water, it's getting there somehow, so it would make sense that there's a business selling the thing.
So I had
does
only
the
met
job.
this guy. I had only met this guy years after I was told, as in by one of my bosses, that they just pour the fluoride into the system and don't measure it. And this would have been a guy. This guy, he built a 5,000 square foot house off his own back, got mortgage obviously. He has put together some of the biggest systems I've known or I've seen in my life. Like, and I've seen some big ass fucking systems. Like, I've seen stuff like containers, 40-foot containers. Like, one example would be Kiljarm 1 to 9 that I did with him. It was two 40-foot containers doubled. So it was a double 40-foot container and a double 40-foot container, and it was called a skid. And we were heating up a product to 300 degrees, and then there was 7 different ways that same product could go through pipework.
Okay.
So there wasn't one way that, and then it was stuck in the pipework. There was 7 different ways that substance that was heated up really hot could be dissipated from the big huge vessel system. No idea what it was for. Obviously Kiljarm 1, Kiljarm 19, they're the same thing, but there's 19 of them. Do you know what I mean? So there's
No,
all
you've lost me there now slightly.
like
Sorry.
that was like one job I would have done, we'll say way back 10 years ago.
Okay.
And that's what its name was on the heading of the we'll say document for building this big huge skid was Kiljarm 1.
Okay.
And that was the designated name for it. But what I'm getting at is, when you see giant big corporations building stuff like this and then shipping it to England or shipping it wherever, there's obviously money in the big corporation for them for doing that and not talking about it. Do you know? So obviously the fluoride system is in my opinion is a control thing. But
Okay.
again, the proof, I can't say I know of any proof. Does that make sense? I know it's there, and I know I filter it out of my own water, but I don't know about anybody else. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not speaking about everybody. I'm just speaking about my own personal thought about fluoride. And it is, as you said, a neurotoxin, and it is put into water supplies across the board. And our government did vote to keep it in our water supplies a number of years ago, when it could have been voted out. And so the one TD that I'd actually quite enjoy. I enjoy when he goes at it, like, you know, because he's really well spoken Irish and English, and like Pater Tobin, and like, very impressive. Like, but he was one of them that actually voted against fluoride in our water supply. So, like, there's no flies on him. There's no flies on any of these guys, and they know what they're saying and when they're saying to what percentage of a population. So they know, as as you've said, they know how to make their own bed and lie in it in a way that they're only annoying a certain amount of people in certain areas. But they can't annoy everybody across the bat, because then the system falls apart.
I know what you mean. Or at least I think I know what you mean. When you say you get your, I asked you a minute ago, where do you get your information from? And you said you kind of draw it from bits of everywhere. I'm a bit like that, but I have certain rules with where I get my information from.
Yeah.
And the first one is that I know where it is. So people will often say things to me or send me stuff on message or whatever, and I'll have a look at it and I go, Jesus. And I'll ask them, where did you get this? And the answer will be something along the lines of the internet. And it's like, you can't be just getting your information from the internet. And I'm curious as to, can you be more specific where you would generally get your information from? Or is that something that you would be at the fore of your mind? Because I could pull up a website that would explain in detail how safe fluoride is, and I could pull up another website that says how dangerous it is.
Yeah. Again, it's all, like, in my opinion, it's all up in the air. As in, if you want to know that these things are happening, you want to delve deep. Do you really want them answers? That's the whole thing about this as well. Like, you know, as in, how deep you be going this will determine how well or how badly your day goes. Do you know, the more knowledge is not always more answers. More information is not always more answers. It can give
generally more questions.
Yeah, and the more we question something, the better we become as a whole. And if you know that certain people are not in it for the bettering of humanity and are in it for greed, well, then people don't deserve their position. It's untenable in my opinion.
I agree completely.
But how exactly are we going to take? You actually talked about Donald Trump and about McGregor and the lads that actually use the system to benefit themselves.
Yeah, they hijack the machinery.
Yeah. How are we going to hijack the machinery to make the people that run our institutions and run our countries into account? Because none of them have ever been accountable for anything they've said or done.
Well, my effort in relation to what you're talking about is what I'm doing here.
Yeah,
it's talking to people who know about different things and can explain them to me and therefore everybody who's listening. So I'm not going to take what you say
as face value. I wouldn't.
Not in relation to fluoride.
Yeah, no.
In relation to
wouldn't.
Electricity going through a substation. Fucking Sean Hosie's my man.
Yeah.
Because that's your area of expertise. But I happen to know a guy who's the head. I think he's the head of Irish Water. I don't know if it's nationally. I think he might be the top man in Irish Water in Leinster.
But to get him to talk to you on this and tell the real answers would that ever happen?
Well, it depends on what you mean by real answers, because
like,
I'm sure
the real answer
is
as in, I know of a man in Navan that's made a huge amount of money over fluoridating our water supply more, or fluoridating our water.
But why do you say more? Is it not just fluoridating the water
supply? But if you don't measure what you do, as in, if you don't, so we say you're mixing cement, right? And you just say to yourself, right, I'm going to go with 4 cement and I'm going to go with 2 sand and
yeah,
fuck
you
the
make
water. I'm not even putting in water. Fuck it. I don't need water. More to say, fuck that. I don't need that either. Just do it dry. You build your wall. Wind comes along, blows it over.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Maybe I should have put a wall in there.
But you see, what's coming to mind now is this system that they don't measure the water in, as you put.
Don't measure the
fluoride that they put in. What I'm wondering is it the same as when you're putting in petrol into your car? You don't really pay attention to the amount of litres you're putting in, because it doesn't really matter if you put in 10 or 100. The engine takes in what it needs. And I'm wondering, is that what's happening with the fluoride? They don't measure the amount of fluoride that's going into the system because they don't need to. The system is made so that it puts out a certain amount of fluoride.
A car needs a fuel source to run, as in diesel is a fuel source.
Yeah.
Our bodies need water to run.
Yes.
The water is tainted.
Oh, I
not by our choice.
Yeah.
Not by any of our choices.
No, I'm with you, but I think it's tainted to a measurable degree.
Okay.
I think there's the same amount of fluoride in my tap as in your tap, within reason.
Yeah.
Which would suggest that it is a known measurement of fluoride they're putting into the water.
Why is it that no European country is fluoridating their own water supply?
Oh, look, I'm not pro fluoride.
No, I'm just, like there's a reason why. You know.
But do you think that, let's say, hypothetically, Finland doesn't put fluoride in the water? I have no idea if they do or not.
Yeah.
Let's say they don't. Do you think that's a contributing factor why Finnish people, for example, aren't as dumbed down as Irish people?
Oh yeah.
So
It's like,
do you think we're
our
more
society
dumbed
has
down?
been built on geez, just have another one for the road. Let's have another one for the road. As in, me dad, he would have swore by the most misses he ever made was in the pub. As in, he would have swore, but he would have been a drinker all his life. That's his own choice. Like.
Yeah, well, he was right. He made all his money in the pub because that's where he was.
Yeah.
If he was always on the golf course,
That's
he would
where he
say
would have
that's
made.
where he would have made his money.
Yeah.
Like.
But again, it's all relative. Like I'm not saying that what they're doing is right or wrong. I'm just saying that my opinion is I don't think it should be that way.
Okay.
So we were talking earlier on about why would you change the system that puts you in power?
Yes.
Because it's the right thing to do.
Yes.
So if you have a moral compass at all and you have children and you want it better, your children, like
You don't
we're
get
at a
into
point in
politics.
life. Yeah. But we're at a point in life, right, where within the next 20 years, we ain't going to have any fuel left. As in, there ain't going to be enough fuel to dig up anymore. Do you get that? So peak oil,
yes and no. And
peak
the
oil is 2012. We can't get any more oil out of the ground.
Yes, but and again, I'm not pro or anti. I don't really have a position in this. But people have been saying that we're going to run out of oil in the next 5 to 10 years for the last 60 years.
But again, that's one thing that they're talking about, as in the fuel source. So lithium ion, right? The batteries,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
The best source of battery supply, or lithium ion phosphate, or
The
whatever
best
you want.
raw material. Yeah.
Best raw material. How much lithium ion is there in the world?
Fuck, I've no idea.
3 billion. Enough to do 3 billion cars. How many people are on the earth?
Oh, I suppose it's 7 billion, 6, 7 billion.
Something like that. So obviously, the ratio of what we have to what we need isn't
But
there.
I don't think what we have is known, though. Like, we don't know what we have.
Right, so lithium ion is dug out of mines, and it's not me or you that dig it. And it's
No.
not like the likes of QME or Tara Mines that dig it. It's fucking kids, 8 to 12-year-olds that dig it.
Okay.
So the mining structure in Africa is 60 to 70 years behind where the mining structure is in any first world country.
Yes, I'd well believe it.
But again, the lithium ion that Tesla need for every one of their vehicles is coming from them mines.
Yes.
So therefore, the man that's trying to produce the most economical car in the world is using unsustainable sources to power his batteries, because he doesn't have a choice. He has to use whoever has it to produce the battery bank to be able to produce the car.
Yes. To the extent he tried to fucking organise a coup in Bolivia, Elon Musk. That's well documented. He was pulled up on it. Somebody on Twitter basically said, what the fuck are you doing in Bolivia trying to overthrow the government? That you're only doing that so you can get your hands on the fucking lithium ion, you prick. And his reply publicly on Twitter was, we'll coup wherever we want. So I'm on board
with his
what you're saying.
flamethrowers, right? He was trying to set up a boring company in Los Angeles to get rid of the traffic.
Yeah,
There's so
that's
much traffic.
ongoing, I think, yeah.
And he set up flamethrowers, then once off build 10,000 of these flamethrowers built, and you stick in a propane tank into the bottom, fucking shoot flames 30 foot in the air. Happy days. Everybody wanted a fucking flamethrower. I wanted one. Everybody wanted one. But then the lads that bought the flamethrowers went back to their own countries. Right? This is a brilliant one, right? I only read this there the other day. of where did I read it? Just give me a second and I'll tell you where I read it. Gripped or something along them lines, right? And
Okay.
it went
GRIPT. That's
Yeah,
that Irish publication.
yeah, or it was some sort of website that was explaining. It was like a Reddit that, right, this one guy brought his flamethrower in his backpack through customs in America, no problem. Got to Italy, out in the party, out in the boat, happy out. Fucking cruiser comes along with loads of fucking cops on it, all kitted out with the big guns. Jumps onto their boat, takes the flamethrower, puts your man in jail for 10 years.
Okay.
Flamethrowers are illegal in Italy.
Right.
So your man's in jail now because he bought a flamethrower of Elon Musk, thinking that he could get away with travelling from A to B with said flamethrower.
Yeah.
But anybody like me or you that's going to buy a flamethrower is going to go, right, I want to get my flamethrower to Navan. How the fuck am I going to get it to there without actually touching it? You know, that's the way I'd be thinking, like, because you're not going to be able to bring something like that into any country without setting up huge red flags straight away. Like, it's a fucking flamethrower, man. Like, you know, no matter what you say, you've still got something that can kill somebody by burning them alive.
Yeah.
Do you know? And there's a lot to be said for controlling weapons of weapons.
Weapons, full stop. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, back to Elon Musk and back to lithium ion. Don't know enough about lithium ion. I know that there's only enough for 3 billion cars in the world, roughly.
Okay.
So again, the big push to get onto this lithium ion car or lithium ion Tesla car or whatever, it's a race to the bottom, in my opinion, because the batteries only last between 12 and 15 years. So if you pay 40 grand for a Tesla car, for example, and you're saving 3 grand a year, 3.5 or 4 grand a year, because you're not paying tax and you're not paying diesel or petrol costs, your charge costs you €3 a night, something ridiculous, or €2 a night. You still can never get by, or you can only get by the point of payment after year 14, year 13 or year 14. And then you have to replace the battery bank on year 15.
Which is essentially a new car.
Yeah. So the battery bank actually costs more than the overall car. The battery bank is like 25,000 euro, and the whole car costs 20,000 euro on top of that. And so it's 45 to 50,000 euro for the actual build the yoke, but he's selling them at 40,000 euro to try and get it out there. And like the likes of me will see a Tesla and go, fuck yeah, I want me in a Tesla. Like, you know, it's one of them things that when we see something and then we get to drive it and then we realise how much G-force you get from driving it.
Oh, yeah, the performance of them is off the charts.
Oh,
yeah.
completely. Like, I drove from the roundabout at Mullaboy there. There's a roundabout just at Apple Green in Mullaboy to that roundabout just beside the M3. And my God, my heart was in my mouth by the time I was at the roundabout, because I was doing 95 mile an hour and it didn't feel like I was doing 20. Do you know, as in the amount of acceleration I had, like as in the paddy wagon, the children wagon that I have outside with 7 seats in it, takes like 16 to 18 seconds to get from 0 to 60, whereas this thing did it in like 2.5 or 3. And it's just like, it's a different world. But again, unless you're in that big turnover, big money environment, you're never going to want to fork out, or never going to want to bend over to be able to afford one. Like,
yeah, well, I think the reason people buy luxury vehicles like that and other things is because they're so unhappy kind of with themselves.
Okay.
Like you're buying a better you're buying a better version of yourself.
Okay.
So your Sean Hosie, your spectrum of experiences, let's say 0 to 10, 5 is normal, 0 is suicidal, 10 is the best day you've ever had. Let's say you're hovering around a 6 or a 7 for the most part, you know, fingers crossed. You buy a Tesla and you go from hovering around to 6 or 7
to 8 or 9.
To 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Now that's false and it's bullshit and it'll fucking...
But again, it's in that moment though, it's not false and bullshit because you feel that emotion yourself.
You do. It's short-lived.
Yeah,
but you do feel.
You
it,
do
yeah.
feel it. Yeah.
It doesn't. Put it this way: it doesn't last the length of time it takes to pay it back.
Here's a great one. 13 or 14 years ago, I used to love going every Friday and going and buying a new pair of jeans and new shirt and, you know, dicking myself up for the Friday night or Saturday sesh on, like, you know.
Yeah.
200 or 300 quid I'd spend in a sitting, like, you know, just on buying fancy clothes that I thought I needed to dicking myself up for the session. And then I met my wife, and like, obviously wasn't my wife when I met her first.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was at Gary Lyons' brother's 21st, right?
Okay.
And so I was still an alcoholic at this time. I was only young.
I didn't know you were an alcoholic, by the way, just in case don't get that across.
Like, I didn't go through any treatment as such, like, but if I go at the bottle, I don't stop until the bottle's gone, sort of.
Yeah.
As in, I can't drink anymore, or I end up falling over and smashing the bottle, sort of thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the last episode would have been 2.5 months ago, and she says, you can throw that half a bottle on the ground and let me watch it. And you have to watch it and let me watch it. So you aren't drinking anymore. Because it was after, say, getting a free bottle of whiskey off a fella I gave a lend of a ladder to, and it was like, happy days, it's Christmas, I should drink the bottle of whiskey. And then I said, fuck it, it's Christmas again, another bottle. Went and got another bottle, and then went through that second bottle. This was over a week or a week and a half, and then I got a third bottle. Got halfway through the third bottle, and she pulls me and goes, yeah, you're going to have to stop now. And I go, yeah, well, I'm only tipping though, like, you know, as in, I'm not fucking it. And she goes, it's enough now, like, you know, it really is enough. I'm not going to spend my life with an alcoholic. And I go, yeah, well, look, it's down to you that made me the strong man that I am today. And it is, like, so years and years ago, when I was still working for my dad, 2007, 2008, fucking donkeys years ago, I used to go on the sesh Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I'd have a few pints on Wednesday, a few pints on Thursday, a few pints at 4 o'clock on a Friday, and then carry on the Friday night. Then I'd get up, or if I'm still out on the Saturday morning, get up, wait, I don't have to do it today, at it again. And that went on for a good few years. And my first child was born. I'll never forget her telling me my first child was going to be born. I was like, didn't know how to take it, and I was standing in between the door of my house, and she was inside the door.
When she was telling you she was pregnant?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this was me, didn't love kids at the time, barely understood them. Like, I was like, I looked at her, and I looked at the door. I said, I'm going to the fucking pub. And I slammed the door, jumped in the van, off to the pub. And that's the way I dealt with the problem. As in, I drink it to a point, then I get up the next day and face it head on. Does that make sense? As in, just keep on going, keep on going. If you're on the fucking way, get out of me fucking way, I'm going that way. Do you know, that was me mode of stopping you interfering with what I'm trying to do, because I'm going there. So you're just go that way. Right. I'm good now. Do you know? And that was the way I thought life was supposed to be. It doesn't matter how much you do, how much you drink, as long as you get up the next day, push on, then you can do it again. It doesn't matter. Once you're in that loop and you're going and going and going, you can't go wrong.
Once you're moving forward, head down, move forward.
Yeah, keep
even
going,
if it's in the wrong direction.
Doesn't matter. You're still going. You're still going. Like, but that's what I was shown, or I seen, and I viewed all my life. And so it got to a point where she says, you've got 3 months. And I go, what do you mean? And she goes, you've got 3 months to pull your fucking finger out of your hole and give up the gargle, or me and your son are gone, and you won't see us for love nor money. And I go, well, you can't be that harsh. Like, you know, he is my son. And she goes, I'll give you visiting rights, no problem. We won't even go through court. That won't be the problem. But you're not being an alcoholic around him. And I go, okay, that's fair enough. So it took me 2 or 3 months of drinking like a fucking fish to realise that it's no good for me. It's definitely no good for my family. I don't have a family. So this would have been in April, we'll say, fucking way back, like 2008. So that's what, 13 years ago? And I got to about June, and I got to a point where I was still drinking, but I was doing really stupid shit. Like, as in, at 12 o'clock at night on a Thursday night, I'd be getting out of the bed to go for a piss in the toilet, But instead of getting to the toilet, I'd end up at the front door and I'd be pissing on the front door.
Right.
And that was like, that didn't just happen. Like the next day, I wouldn't be able to remember. And she'd go, you fucking did it again. Like, she'd actually be aggressive about me after making the mistake and sleepwalking and pissing in the back door because I was that intoxicated and couldn't see the wood from the trees. So after that point, after one of them instances, I said, right, I'll just knock it out of me and cut it out. And I tried to, and I got fairly far. And then I fell off the wagon a couple of times. And realised in falling off the wagon that I'm only human. And I can only achieve what I allow myself to achieve. So if I'm not drinking for a week and then I walk home, I walk in me back door and everybody's drinking in the house, it's like, yeah, I'll have me one of those. Do you know, as in that's what you are, what you've done and what you want to be. The problem always was that after I cut it out, it was like every time I seen someone doing it, I wanted to be part of it because I felt like I was missing something. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
But what I was actually doing was I'd be with them for the first drink or half a drink and then I go back into myself. Does that make sense? As in, it wasn't, I was nearly convincing myself that it was because of the company is why I was drinking.
Yes.
But it wasn't. It was because of the drinking, that's why I needed the company.
Yeah. The company was a ruse for your drinking.
Yeah. But it was nearly cover until I made the realisation that this is definitely fucking wrong.
And at what point did you realise that you actually had a problem? Because the old adage with alcos is that they might need 2 bottles of fucking whiskey a day to survive, but they'll tell you they don't have a problem. Like, did you appreciate that you had a drinking problem, or
yeah,
did you just think she was being a bit of a bitch, or what?
And the way Tony Webster actually said to me one day, I bumped into him a good few years ago, 10 years ago, and Tony is a trained psychologist now. So very fucking interesting. Like, you're always going to have an interesting conversation with a psychologist. And he goes to me, yeah, Sean, it's not a problem when everybody's doing it though, is it?
Sorry, what was that?
Not a problem when everybody else is doing it.
Okay.
So way back, everybody that I would have hung around with.
Yeah, we were all in the same
We were
boat.
all like as in beef. I hung around with him for a little bit.
Past guest and friend of the
Baz, he wired in here, didn't he? They're all part of it, as in they all had parts in my life.
Yeah.
As such, to lead me on to be who I am now. But I'm not struggling now with what I was struggling with then. Does that make sense? Now my struggle it's slightly different. It's in, is my gut feeling completely right about this person that I've just met, or is my gut feeling telling me just to be wary of what their motive is for asking to do that?
Okay.
As in, if their motivation is right and my motivation towards them is right, then everything is good. But if I can see, like, before Christmas, price a job, right, it was 3 kilowatts on a roof. Someone was already after doing it. He was after paying your man 900 quid to put the 3 kilowatts, so that's 12 panels on a roof, and screw everything down. And I was doing a meeting with him on a Friday, and he wanted the work done on a Monday, and I was getting a tooth out on a Monday. And I said to him, yeah, no problem, I'd love to do this bit of work for you. Yeah. And he goes, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to ring you on a Monday and ask you to start on a Tuesday, ever. And I go, oh, that's great, yeah. And so when can you start? And I go, Tuesday? He goes, any chance you can start Monday? Like, he had already gone back over his own word.
Yes.
Within 5 or 6 minutes of saying it, but he hadn't realised, because he was so busy talking about himself and saying, hey, look at me, that he hadn't realised he had done it. But that's all I needed to hear.
His own promise.
Yeah,
within 2 minutes of making
before we even had a proper business meeting.
Yeah.
And then his manager, that was going to be my boss as such, because his manager was going to be in charge of the PV installations, turns around and says, "Oh no, he's right about that." And so the point I was making to him was, it's not. Think about it. Think about starting Friday and then starting on Monday. It's planning the Friday to start in 2 weeks, because you have to get this piece of paper and that piece of paper and send that off to the ESB, and then the ESB only give you the power up notification 28 days after they get. So for you to put in a system and then the next day actually have it certified and powered up,
Yeah,
can't happen.
Can't happen. Like, yeah.
Because the stipulation says that the ESB, that's the biggest private company that runs our power, or the DSN in Ireland, they need notification and want notification if they're going to have spikes in their lines. As in, if you're pumping power in and they don't know you're pumping in power, even though it might only be like minuscule compared to their big grid, it still makes a huge difference in where on their grid. So if you're pushing into their grid without notification to them, you're effectively hurting what everybody uses on a daily basis and takes for granted. And that gives them the power to be able to cut you out forever.
Yes.
As in, they don't even have to say why. They can just say, that man will never get an ESB supply again. You know, and that's just it, like, you know. I was doing a bit of research about ESB years ago, and it was 140 million in 2016 they turned over a clean profit.
Okay.
So if they were paying per consumption, as in per generation, that 140 million wouldn't be 140 million if they were paying for the
People
generation
contributing to the
grid.
To the grid, okay.
So
they do pay for people contributing, do they not though?
Excuse me?
Do they not pay for, if you're contributing to the grid, you get paid for that,
No.
do you not? At all?
No, you
Why
just
would
have your
anyone
bill
bother?
cancelled out.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
So whatever you would use, so for example today I might use 25 kilowatts in my house unit,
Yes.
but then I'll generate 10 kilowatts off my roof.
Yes.
So I'm only charged for the 15 kilowatts.
Yes, okay.
But the problem being that what it should be is, if I produce 10 kilowatts on my roof, then I should be paid for them 10 kilowatts. And then
Use that money to pay your ESB bill.
yeah, they should be charging me for the 25 kilowatts. But again, at that rate, the number that you're getting for generating electricity should be higher.
Okay.
This is my opinion again.
Yeah.
Should be higher than what you're paying for electricity. Because if you're paying higher than what you're generating, what's the point?
I know what you mean, yeah.
Do you get me? Yeah.
No, I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you're only a bit player. I can see how they could justify it, because they say, yeah, like they would say you can't compare what you give us to what we give the entire country.
It's not even remotely comparable. So what I generate a year might be 3,000 kilowatts. What I use a year is upwards of 11 to 12,000 kilowatts.
Yeah.
So like, even in that, they're giving me over 2/3 of what I need to make everything run the way I want it to.
Yeah.
Which is fucking phenomenal, like, you know. But again, big companies are going to have big money, and they're always going to look down on small players trying to change the modus, or trying to change the way that they're being extorted, or trying to change how the little person is being extorted. So the smaller the system, the less money you make. So if I put a 1 kilowatt system in your roof, it reduces your ESB bill by 10 or 12%. So there's no point in ever doing that. But that's what they've done for the past 4 or 5 years in all these new builds. Do you get me?
I think so, yeah.
So like, it's like 12% of 12,000 kilowatts is fucking barely
1,000
even
watts.
1,000 kilowatts.
1,000 kilowatts, I mean, yeah.
Or 1,500 kilowatts. And like 1,500 kilowatts sounds like an awful lot, but again, it's 0.8 of a cent or 10 cents per kilowatt. So 1,500 of them by 10, it's not that much either. It's probably only 150 quid.
Yeah.
Do you know? So for you to save 150 quid will cost you 2.5 grand to put the system on the roof.
Yeah.
So obviously it'll take you 150 quid a year it'll take you 20 years.
Yes.
To roughly, like, and that's even being nice, like, to get your money back, like, you know.
There's a theme I think I'm noticing between all the different things that you're saying.
Yeah.
And the underlying theme, what kind of connects everything. Now, stop me if I'm fucking wrong. I'm just talking out loud, but the theme seems to be capitalism generally. I mean,
See, I can't really talk about capitalism. I wouldn't know enough about it to talk about.
well, all capitalism is the
System we live in.
But well, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
So the bigger players, generally speaking, this is a gross,
Analogy.
not gross misrepresentation, but it's a broad sweeping generalization. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer, and the whole system is geared towards
That.
sending money that way and not spreading it out towards everybody else. So you're in agreement with that, are you? Like, I mean, is that
I don't.
Is that what?
I think that's what
connects
it
all your
is.
different
I think
complaints?
that's what Ireland is made up of. But again, it's not geared for anybody that's raising people for the right. It's not geared up for people that want to raise their own the right way, without any outside influence. So schools want to have huge outside influence. The way,
But when you say want to have huge influence. What do you mean when you say that?
as in to
Their
conform.
role is to get you
conform,
past the
to
test.
conform.
Oh, 100%, yeah,
Yeah,
conformity.
Like in me conforming all the past 20 years that I've worked, I've realised that in not conforming, you're more free than you could ever dream of.
Yes.
But if you have to unlearn conformation, as in to conform, if you have to untrain yourself to not be that way, you're lost. Whereas if you build your mind and build your body around just being the real you, don't live with fear, don't even think about it. Just live for the now, enjoy the moment, build what you can, move forward. If you live that way, generally things will come because everybody can see you doing and being and the energy you give off. Whereas if you worry about, oh, what'll he say, what'll she say, what'll they do? If you worry about that, you're never going to be able to beat the fear.
Yeah, you'll never be yourself. Full stop.
So my thought process for my own, now this is not assholes' opinions are like assholes, everybody has one, is I have 5 little children now at the minute, eldest being nearly 13 in December, just gone 12 in December, 13 next December, and the youngest being 9 months. I want to show them everything that I know and then some. And if they grasp everything I know, obviously they're going to be able to learn from seeing and from doing and from having their own experiences. So in that, then they only have to learn about who they want in their worlds and how they want them people to be in their worlds, to build their world to a point where they know what's right. Whereas now, 37 years of age, you said it to me last week, I think it was, about the podcast. Imagine if you had heard a podcast when you were 18. And I said I wouldn't have been able to handle it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have meant anything to you.
I would have just...
But again, you're going to have that exact same problem trying to teach your kids the things that you've learned now.
Yeah, definitely. Without a shadow of a doubt. That, I'm in full agreement with you.
Yeah.
So it's like a shitstorm, but once they get it, then it's done.
Yeah,
So-
no, without a doubt.
I watched my son doing the fires and pulling out the ashes and setting the fire, and he didn't want to do it. So it took him 3 or 4 minutes to do it. So I instinctively berated him like a fucking asshole that I was, and I berated him first. And I said, no, look, son, we're all cold, we just want to get heat. But I didn't only realise after I berated him and apologised for being an asshole then, that I did that because of the way that I had to light fires when I was 12 or 13. And when my mum was home from work at 5:30 and she didn't have any food in her belly and I didn't have any food in my belly and we were cold and she was tired and I was tired and I still had to do homework. But that whole feeling that I got, it was that same feeling. Again, like I had that same knot in my stomach, as in if I was doing it to try and keep somebody else happy. So in learning from that, I actually said it to him 2 days after. I said, "Go out there, son, fill the coal and fill the logs and see how you get on. Like, can you do it all on your own?" He goes out and full bag of 40 kg coal. He looks at the bag, and the bag's 2 foot under where he needs it to be. So he has to pull the bag up, 40 kg bag now. I'm watching him do this now. I could have helped, but I chose not to. Watched him pull it up with all his strength, pull it up, and he couldn't fill the bag into the bucket because obviously it's huge. So I walked out with a set of tongs, and I go, "There you go." Handed him a set of tongs, and 3 minutes later he comes back and with a full bag or a full bucket of coal, full thing of briquettes, and a bag of sticks or a bucket of sticks as well. And I go, "Well played, son. Fucking very proud of you. Well done." So in my life, as I lived it, I wouldn't have ever gotten the well done Sean when I felt like I deserved it.
Yeah.
So I spent 10 or 12 years looking for that well done of whoever it was. A boss in Kildare, a fucking boss in London, a fucking wherever. So London, it would have been like 2015. I was doing 2.5 apartments a day. I was making 220 sterling a day. You think, oh, great money. The rent was 380 sterling a week for a 1-bedroom apartment. Like, absolutely ridiculous money to be there to work.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is the guy that I was working for, basically I told him, don't let the engineers in your head. Don't let them in your ear. They'll ruin your day. You won't be able to keep me and the other 3 guys going and keep us wound and working. And he's like, oh, no, I have to listen to him. And he's like, no, you don't. Because when you listen to anybody else's opinion that's not doing with you on the ground, opinions, we know they're like assholes, and they just fuck up shit because they don't know what's real and what's not and what's there and what isn't. And in that same process, he ignored me, right? So he ignored me flat out, fucking let the engineers into his head and let them into his ears. The next day, I walked onto the job, and he was actually patting a 45-year-old in the back and saying, fucking thanks for that, man. Terminating a big huge joint box, right? We'll say with 8 or 10 tails in it, 25 square tails. So it's a tenth bigger, a tenth bigger than a house supply. So it's just slightly bigger than a 16 square cable. And he 8 of these tails with 5 cables and 8 tails. So it's 40 cables have to be joined together in 5 connections.
Okay.
And your man tapped him, and as in the boss tapped him in the back. The fella that he was out to tell him not to let the engineers in his ear. And then I looked at it and I go, whoa. And I said, Matt, you just look at that again. And he goes, oh yeah, fuck. And I go, yeah, right here, I'll cross them down here and you bell here. So I ran downstairs, crossed them, and I rang him on the phone and said, yeah, bell him. He goes, fuck. And I go, do you want to do the next one? So there's supposed to be 5 tails that they aren't belling across each other. They can't bell across each other. If they bell across each other, that means that like one hot spot is in the copper will melt together because it's not supposed to touch. The both phases are not supposed to touch. 3-phase systems, if one of the 3 phases ever touches another one, it's like an explosion just because the amount of power surging across. It's leading, lagging, and fucking another one. So there's three ways that the current flows in 120 degrees, and they're all slightly different. But anyway, what I'm getting at is the boss that had his head twisted because the engineers did not see that the 40 tails were all fucking mixed up wrong, because he couldn't see the wood from the trees because the engineers were in his ear and he was thinking about a job over here and a job over here instead of now that was this job. So the man that was after spending 2 days wiring the fucking 40 tails and the 5 cables together was after doing it assways and was all wrong and had to be redone. The guy still had to be paid for his 2 days.
Yes.
And then someone had to be paid for another day to fix it.
Yes.
So that's 3 days paid for 3 days paid for 2 different guys to fix one man's problem. So if you price a job for just 2 days alone with one guy and it's £300 for that day, how do you price that same job for 3 days and 2 guys doing that same work?
Yeah, of course you can't.
You can't. So then I realised, one of the English guys, "Oh, it's super Sparky." That's what he says to me in the stairway one day, skinny bastard. And I was like, fuck me, what are you fucking on about? I went down and I go, sorry buddy, you look at you Sparky there. What money are you making on your price? I don't know, mate, well not price, well time materials. Out of the whole site, 5,000 lads, we were the only company on price.
Why was that?
The boys, the top tiers must have seen my boss coming as such.
Fucking hell.
It just is what it is, like.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
But like again, capitalistic society, eat your fucking heart out, like, you know. They'll twist your brain. When they have you twisted, then they'll take full advantage. And then when they see you can pull them on them trying to twist you, they'll fuck you to the curb. And there's no other way to explain it. That's just the way it's set up from day one. If you give them the wrong answer at any point, they have to throw you away. Do you know what I mean? And that's just the way it is, because they're too afraid of your knowledge and power. Like, for example, I was in Eason's. I got fucking given a job one time in Eason's. I'm not doing electrics for Eason's. So I'd figured out that the fellow that hired me, his company was already dissolved. But he wanted to tell me that he had me covered. And I go, yeah? And how do you figure that one? And he goes, oh no, I have you covered with this company. And I go, yeah, but I don't work for that company, bro. I work for LK Systems. And LK Systems is dissolved. And he goes, no. But I have you on this company as well. And I go, yeah. Still no good if there's a claim. I'm 25 foot in the air. I have kids to go home to, and you're telling me you don't have cover for me. And you know, it's not kosher, like. But this same guy was only after folding 3 businesses inside the 6 months previous.
Yeah.
And
there are people that will thrive in the system the way it is.
Society, yeah. But again, that same guy had a 40% discount in the wholesalers up in Dublin. Like, that's not heard of. Like, you know, as in, it took me dad like 30 years or 20 years to get to 30% discount.
Yeah.
And like, he struggled to get to that point, and when he got to that point, he fucking loved it, like, you know, because instead of it being 20% he was making on the materials, he was making 50% of the materials.
Yes.
You know, but again, that was 20 years of grafting on his end to get to that point. And there's this other guy that puts me in Derek Eason's office on O'Connell Street at 6:30 in the morning and says, I've met lads like you before. But he hadn't. He was just trying to make sure that I was inside the box that he needed me to.
Yes.
But I didn't turn around to Derek Easton and say, all right, sir, do you want me to do this for me from now on? You don't have to deal with that, man. Do you know? And that's what he was trying to make me stop doing, because he could see it, that I'm well able and well capable of doing what he's asking. That wasn't a problem. He wanted a man that was going to do exactly what he said and nobody else said from morning to night and paid X amount of money.
Yeah.
That's just what he wanted. Same guy who fucking let me go at 12:30 one night.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, certain people are suited to that system.
Yeah.
I personally couldn't let somebody just go. Do you know the kind of way I wouldn't be in me, but I can't thrive.
Like, you'd find it hard. I'd find it hard to hire someone unless I had it in the back of my mind that I have at least a year or 2 years in front
a bit
of me.
of security for them, yeah.
Because there's no point. Like, I've started and stopped so many times in my own life that I'm like, yeah, what's the point in even thinking about putting someone else in that situation. It's not fair. It's not kosher.
It's not, but just because the system is set up in a certain way doesn't mean that you have to conform to it.
But I don't want my children to conform to it.
No, and I don't want my children to conform to it either. But I'd like to think that I'm going to raise my kids to know that A, they don't have to conform to it, but B, more importantly almost, that it's the way it is. Do you know the kind of way, like you have to make your peace with have to make your peace first with the fact that it is corrupt, and then you can try and move through it as best you can.
Agreed.
So I have a business, and up until COVID, I employed people, but I'm not your standard capitalist. I didn't.
No,
get
agreed.
The cheapest people I could.
I met you in Aldi 2 years ago,
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
and we wouldn't be sitting here if we didn't.
Only
meet
for that
in Aldi.
chance encounter. Yeah.
And I'm blatantly honest about anything that I see in my own life. The only reason I wanted to do work for you was because of what I seen in you, what I seen in Podge, and what I seen in the way you were setting it up. And I seen you were so driven. I felt that driven years and years and years ago, and I remember feeling that driven. And I remember people looking at me as if to say, "Who the fuck do you think you are?" It didn't matter at that time who the naysayers were. It didn't bother me in the slightest, because
You were driven to do what you wanted to do.
it didn't matter. I was only paid small money to do it at the time, but I was still driven in that direction.
But you were driven to do it, but what you were you weren't comfortable in what you were doing. It with hindsight, say.
No.
But that's the goal, is to be like that. I've achieved it to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm driven in something that I can stand over, and I can be morally and ethically
solar. I thought
proud
was
of.
going to be that for me, as in.
Clean energy for everyone.
Oh, yeah,
On the lads.
Yeah,
Fuck the
ESP. And the one person, right, that does have a huge big system that I envy the system. And he rang me last week to fix a switch in it, a tiny little thing went faulty on it. And yet, that same guy, he has more problems than me and you put together, but he still carries on every day.
Yes.
Does that make sense? As in, he could have... there's plenty of lads that if they were in his shoes, they would have given up fucking years ago. Do you know? And I wouldn't have blamed them in the slightest, because it's not a way to live. It's not a way to be fulfilled. You can never get fulfillment by his circle or his way of life. Does that make sense? But that's entirely up to himself. Only certain people can do it. Do you know? And your friend Archie said it to you, there's no way that he would be able to handle what you handled over the past 5 years.
Okay.
With building your vertical tunnels the way they are.
Yeah.
Do you know? I'd find it hard too. And I'm telling you that straight out. I can help you make it work. No problem. There's no onus on me. Once I'm helping you make it work, I'm not helping you build it, I'm helping you make your system work.
Yes.
Does that make sense? So I'm getting paid to make your system better. I'm not paid unless it works.
Yes.
But there's a fulfillment in itself. I'll only be paid when it's finished, when it's working, when it's done.
Yes.
And I'm happy. But you can't live that way with the type of capitalistic people that we have around us now. Because they'll see that and they'll be like, yeah, he doesn't need to be paid. She'd be all right.
Yes, but that gets to what I was saying there a second ago about what I'd teach me kids. I'll teach me kids that it's, corrupt to a degree that it is.
Yeah.
But I'll also teach them how to not be taken advantage of.
So, for example...
do you know that kind of way?
Yeah. So, for example, as an electrician, the modus operandum is you go to a house, they're asking you to rewire the house. You disconnect the house, you pull out all the cables, gutted, you reinstall all the cables, slabbed, you power up all the cables after you terminate all the cables. Done and dusted. In that whole process, unless you have a contract signed at the start, or you know the person inside out, and you love them unconditionally, or they love you unconditionally, there's no way you can trust them to pay you the 8 or 10 grand that you need at the end of it.
Yes, but is that not built into the system that we have now, whereby, okay, it's 50% up front, or whatever, you know, it's X% up front and then X% once it gets to this stage, and
Yeah,
not until this
I
is done
tried
will
that
I
a
do
couple
that.
of times, and like literally, I was walked away from numerous amount of jobs because I tried it.
Okay.
So, like, I would have said that on the biggest job that I would have done personally by myself, which was 9,000 square foot and 4,000 square foot garage. I need $2,000 a week off you, mate, and if you don't want to pay me that, I won't do it. He says, can you give me a guideline of how long it'll take you? Yeah, between 3 and 6 months. And that's what it was. And it was me and 2 other fellas running around a fucking big, huge fucking house, 3 stories or 4 stories of a building for 2.5 months, putting in the wires, and then the slabbers come, then you follow the slabbers, dicky it all up, and then you power up and everything's golden. You test and power up. But again, the chances of that man handing me 40 grand on day one.
No, he wouldn't and shouldn't. Because
he shouldn't,
he's
but-
afraid of you running off with his money, basically.
Yeah, agreed. So a mechanic says to me, but sure, how can you get shafted? And I go, well, you can't get fucking shafted anyway. And he goes, how do you figure that? And I go, you got the keys to the car.
Yeah, yeah.
See,
if you could bring someone's house to your back
Yeah,
garden, I go, I'll wire it.
Like, a contract is a fucking tough thing for any person to sign if they know the ins and outs of that contract. Like,
Yes.
you know, if they're any way inclined or any way intelligent at all, that they know that once that contract is signed, both ends have to meet that contract. So
Yes.
both ends have to hold their end entirely until the deal is done. Whereas right now, at the minute, from the crash in 2009 and then COVID at the start of the year, that's continuing now, there isn't, in my opinion, there isn't anybody that wants to be fair. They all want the little bit extra done for nothing. Do you know? As the mechanic that I was talking about earlier, I was talking to him yesterday, and I go, how are you going? And he goes, I'm too busy. And I go, but you have 3 lads, 3 mechanics. And he goes, I need a 4th. And I go, no, you don't. You need a fucking garage manager. He was like, no, I need a mechanic. I was like, nah, you need a garage manager, mate. If you were fucking on your tools again, you'd only be doing 25 hours a week and you go home. But again, everybody's head has a different... If you ask a doctor, how am I going to fix this depression? You're going to get a tablet. If you ask a psychiatrist, how am I going to fix this depression? They're going to say that you have to work on your mind to be able to better yourself, and you're going to have to go for 5 lessons. If you ask the same thing to an army colonel, he's going to say, would you shut the fuck up and do 25 laps there? Do you know, as in, it depends on where you ask your questions, and depending on the answer you get, it makes you determine which way you're going and what you're trying to do. Like, again, it's very opinionated. I'm very opinionated. As in, I've often let my own annoyance or rage ruin an entire day of me.
Oh yeah, you and me both, brother.
But it's sad when you realise that the whole day has been gone because of your annoyance about something completely out of your control.
Yeah.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Is that, I wouldn't say there's nothing you can do about it. Is that decreasing with age
hugely,
and experience?
Yeah, hugely.
Yeah.
But again, yesterday, as I said to you earlier on, would have been a pretty shitty day. Like, you know, van blew up, or the engine blew up in the van. Printer I've been trying to buy for the past 2.5 months. They just won't fucking talk back. Does that make sense? Then I'll be emailing them. We've paid for the product on the 22nd of January, and we've emailed them 12 to 15 times now at this point. Big company, Irish company, will not get back to us because all the staff are COVID distancing, as in they're working from home. Nobody can get in touch with each other, so nobody knows what's going on. And because there's so many people like myself sitting at home and you sitting at home, we have time to email all the time, so they're absolutely fucking inundated with emails.
Yeah.
So they can't actually get through all the emails because there's that many emails. So yesterday, perfect example, rang said company talking to a woman who works for said company. I says, I need one of 2 things done. I need a full refund and notification that you're going to give me a refund, or I like the printer that I paid for to be delivered. So it's all I want. I don't want you to tell me that you want to get through to your accounts that you can't get through to again. Oh, but I'll give you the accounts number. And I go, I don't want your accounts number.
Thanks.
Your accounts will not pick up. Your accounts department will not pick up. She goes, I'm just going to put you on hold and I'm going to try the accounts department again. And I go, fine. Waste another 15 seconds of my time. That's just fine. You're really showing me the insignificance of my value to your company. When I'm done with my €422 that I've given you, I will never use your company again. I did it with a different company in December, and I was just literally sick to me teeth of people dictating what they think is right when I'm asking for one thing and they're dictating what they think is right because they're older, and because older people obviously know they're wiser when they aren't. I told the man what I wanted, told him twice, and yet 2 weeks on from that point he comes back to me and says, no, I can't order them for you. And I knew they were in Drogheda, but he says, no, I can't order them for you. And then another person pipes into the conversation, that's €200 plus VAT per fitting. I go, that's very expensive. That's what it is. And I go, okay, no problem. Then I ring a person in Dundalk, how much is it for 2 of these fittings, please? €379 delivered. Okay, thanks very much. Then the guy that I was dealing with rings the client that I'm trying to put the lights into, the same mechanic that I just mentioned a fucking 35 seconds ago, same mechanic that had rang this company to say where are the lights that he's waiting for 2 weeks. He says it's his fault. It's Sean Hosie's fault that the lights aren't here. This is a company I was paying for the pleasure of giving me materials to install the materials for a client. And he had the audacity, the man that worked behind the counter had the audacity to ring my client and tell my client it was my fault that the lights weren't on the roof.
Motherfuckers.
Absolute fucking, like, dirty, like, you know, I've come across nastiness in life, but then there's the next level, and literally our little country is full of them. I might be one of the bastards in somebody's life.
I very much doubt that, but one thing that is springing to mind is there's this thing with it's why people do the lotto. It's because they hear about people who win the lotto and they're millionaires and it only costs them €1, and that's why they do the lotto. They don't hear about the millions of people who don't win the lotto. So if there was a list read out on the news every evening of all the people who didn't win the lotto, no one would fucking do it because it'd be so obvious. Yeah. And I think it's called the hit-miss fallacy. Okay. So you hear about these things. It's like the news. Like if you follow the news, you'd be forgiven for thinking that there's a terrorist atrocity every 5 seconds in every corner of the fucking planet, and that the world is on fire and it's all coming down around us. There's nothing to report nothing happened in a market in Pakistan today, and nothing happened in this market. Like, that's not news. So you remember what are called the hits. Yeah. And I'm just curious as to what you think in relation to me turning this back on you and saying you're only remembering
the hits.
The hits being the bad things in this instance. Oh. So you haven't said, "Oh, Frano, I'll tell you a story, right? I ordered something on the Monday. It was fucking there the next day." Class. Because that's happened to you 100,000 times.
Adverts on Sunday, right? Yeah, right. 3D printing is a little hobby of mine there the past 10 or 11 months. 3D printing is basically you heat up plastic to 200 degrees and then you tell where the plastic is being heated up to move like a motherfucker in whatever shape you want to produce a plastic item. It can be for prototyping, it can be an ashtray, it can be a sink strainer, it can be a pipe holder.
It can phone holder.
It could be a phone holder.
I have my 3D printed phone holder here.
But it's hilarious that 20 years ago I would have looked at a machine like this and go, there's no way I'll ever be able to afford one of these bad boys. And then March comes around this year or last year and one of the boys rings me and says, I got a present for you. And I go, fuck off, I'm only after having a baby. I don't need no presents for no babies. That's not a present for me. He goes, no, puff. It's
Shove
for
your suit up your hole.
It's no baby suits or nappies or anything. It's for you, puff. And I go, Jesus, man, that sounds a wee bit dirty. You have to be honest. Like, you know, another fully grown man giving another fully grown man a present. Like, you know, you have to.
Weirdo.
Call it what it is. And he goes, no. But anyway, it turns out this fella had 25 or 26 3D printers, like, you know, so he's after using it to benefit himself, and he's doing prop design, set design, huge film stuff. Very, very interesting stuff. But he goes, I go out to him anyway, and he goes, you can have that. I go, what? And he goes, yeah, you can have that. Look, it's not a brand name, and there's a second one there for spares, but you learn everything you need to know, and you learn everything inside out, because it's harder on this one than it is on my good ones. And I go, well, once it's going to benefit me in the long run, I'll tip away. So at that point, March of last year, I started into 3D printing. Couldn't do anything for the first fucking 2 or 3 weeks. But obviously that's the same with everything. But once I got by the initial few little problems and I started printing, I printed up like a Yoda. So I did. And I printed up like a skull with Celtic symbols, for example.
Yeah.
And then sink strainers and paper towel holders, and literally there's nothing that I can't do with it now that I know what it is. Very interesting, very cost efficient. Like, we're talking running costs are like maybe 10 cents an hour.
Okay.
Not even, maybe 6 cents an hour. And then the 1,000 grams of this plastic costs $22.50 delivered to the back door. So in 1,000 grams you could build like 15, maybe 25 of them bats. The
bat being the little, I held up a little
phone,
3D
holder,
printed phone holder thing you made me.
But again, it's relative to where you want to go or what you want to do. Like, I was talking about a printer there. I've been trying to buy one since the start of December. But again, I wanted to pay for the right product, but I don't know what the right product is yet. Does that make sense? I have an idea. I want a Creality S6. So this is a fully enclosed 300 by 300 by 400. That's the bed size.
Okay.
And the Z is your X and Y is your forward and back, or your left, or your forward and your left and right, and your backwards and forwards is your X and your Y, and your Z is your
the height,
vertical.
Yeah.
So it's your height. So I know what I wanted, but then Creality wouldn't allow. Creality are the company that make it. Creality wouldn't allow it to be delivered to Ireland for any less than €1,600. So I had to spend €1,600 with Creality to get something that was €600 to my back door.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it was like, nah, that ain't happening. But again, dealing with this other company and buying the quality wouldn't be near as good as in the longevity of the printer, or the software or firmware on the printer wouldn't be as good a quality as this S6 one, the newest of the new.
Okay.
But it'll get you from A to B.
Yeah, it was state of the art fucking 6 months ago. Like.
Yeah, it was state of the art 2 years ago, for example. And like, it'll do what, like the one I've been currently using is like 3.5 years old, sort of thing. Like, so it'll be a step up, but not a huge step up. But I'm not trying to make a living out of it. I'm trying to execute a hobby into being something a little bit more than a hobby, if that makes sense. So
yes.
I'm trying to I'm trying to make printing for me easy, that I can show my lot, as in my kids, how to do exponential printing super easily. So when it's at a point where we're into 3D printed houses, which we're not far away from.
I've seen it been done
in Germany, and that with cement, like.
Yeah.
When we're at that stage across the world, obviously the top 3D printers are always going to have something to do, because everything now is computer driven. Like, as in 20 years ago when we were leaving school, it wasn't what it is today.
Of course.
You know, as in, the same guy that gave me the printer there in March turns around and buys a laser cutter. So the laser cutter is photons. It uses photons, and it splits a photon, basically, or splits the atom with the photon ray. So it's a light density ray. So it's refracted and refracted and refracted, and eventually comes down to the bed and basically burns through whatever's underneath the bed or on top of the bed. And like 12, 15 years ago, I couldn't buy a saw, an air blower saw, for less than 100 grand. I wouldn't have been able to afford what I installed for someone.
Yeah.
if that makes sense. And I was looking at it going, fuck me, I'll never get to here. And there's one of my best mates that buys one 6 months ago and says, yeah, whenever you need it, fucking use away, bruv.
Yeah, I think I've said this to you before. We're getting to a stage whereby you'll be able to buy an MRI machine on Dundee anytime
Yeah,
soon. Like, you know,
it is,
that's what we've gotten to, like, you know.
But it's unheard of, but it's so empowering to know that we're so close to it, like, you know. As in,
without a doubt. Well,
like,
the internet changed all that. Just your
completely.
access to information, like.
Completely. There was also, I was listening to you and Archie, and he was on about the negatives of the internet, and like I'd be a perfect example of, there's so many negatives on the internet, but it's only when you know where to find the negatives that you're fucked. Does that make sense? Like, if you're never shown where the negatives are, generally you won't touch across them.
You won't touch across them if you're not shown where they are.
As in, pornography on the internet is on a different level.
Okay.
But unless you're doing something illegal, or we'll say on the border, you never come across pornography on the internet. Does that make sense? Like, unless
well, you can be innocent. So if you're innocent to, let's say, news publications, you could easily get sucked into like a right wing publication that says, you know, the reason you're not doing well, Sean Hosie, is because of foreigners and because of lazy people on the social welfare, and these people are the devil. Like, right wing media outlets tend to run that narrative. Instead of saying, do you know what, lads, do you have any idea how many billionaires live in Ireland? And do you know how many homeless people there are? Do you realise that, you know, 95% of the wealth in Ireland is held in a handful of people's hands?
That's true, though, isn't it?
Oh, no, it is. It's 100% true. But you could be perfectly innocent and just be reading a website and taking all this hate that's been focused on poor people, essentially, whether they're foreign or not. You could be just online checking a website, and you could be on it every other day of the week or once a week or whatever, and you're being fed this narrative of foreigners are the devil and poor people are the devil, and you end up hating poor people and foreigners. You could be a poor migrant yourself, and you could end up and that's what fucking happens. It genuinely does happen. That's my point being. Sorry, my point being that you don't have to be doing nasty shit. You don't have to be searching for. You don't have to search for publication that hates foreigners. Do you know, kind of way? You could be just purely innocent, just checking out what you think is a reputable
I'm actually
site.
in full agreement with you. We'll say a psychologist I was dealing with him a couple of years ago, and he explained one situation to me. He walked up to a homeless guy and he goes, right, this guy now had no bed to sleep in this night, no dinner sorted out for this day, and sits down on the bench. What's your biggest problem, mate? And he says to the homeless guy, and the homeless guy turns around and goes, fucking end of fucking Kenny.
End of Kenny?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, in this guy's mind, in this homeless guy's mind, his biggest problem wasn't getting his meal for the day or wasn't his bed for the day, it was end of fucking Kenny.
And what did he mean by that?
That's, like, you can spend your life fucking giving out about everybody, but the problem isn't out there, it's 3 fingers are back at you.
Yeah.
So if you want to spend your life giving out about everything else out there, walk away. There's no one going to stop you.
Yeah,
You'll just be on your own, and you'll never understand why you're on your own. But you can definitely get caught in rabbit holes galore, man. Like, the internet, I would have been a fan, as in when I understood how to use it, but I was only computer literate from 2012 on.
Okay.
So in 2008, I couldn't even fucking type my name on a computer.
Yeah, yeah.
I would have never done ECDL in school, because again, I wasn't that way inclined to N64 or PlayStation back then. Fair enough, I'll sit in front of it all day. I won't be able to win racing or win and playing soccer, but I'll still play.
Yeah, you can enjoy it, like.
Yeah, but I would only be computer literate from 2012 on, and that wasn't my choice. That was literally just when I got to be able to buy a computer in 2012, and then my wife showed me how to do it.
Yes.
As in, first email ever was Sean Hosie at Gmail, or Sean Hosie 2010 at gmail.com.
Yeah.
Do you know? And 2010 is when it was, like, because she showed me how to do it.
Yeah,
I
oh,
couldn't
look,
do that.
fair play. Like what happens, I think a lot of people in that circumstances, they're like, "Oh, look, I haven't had an email address for the last fucking 10 years, and I'll never have one." But like, fucking, that was 10 years ago, and you fucking have it now 10 years. Do you know what I mean?
It's 11 years now.
11, there you go. Like. And shout out to the fucking missus who seems to be fucking slapping you upside the head every so often and keep you on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, she's a good wife now, man. She's a good wife. I'd recommend it to anybody finding a good wife now.
Just not your good wife.
Yeah, well, if they try, man, if they try, like
You're not recommending.
I don't
her
have
to
anything to lose at this stage if they try and take my wife, though. Like, you know, so I'll just put that out there too. Like, you know, plenty of lads have it in them, like, you know, but not many will have the fucking balls. Like, there's so many situations that she's put me in the straight and narrow. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. But again, I wouldn't be in the situation with her, or she wouldn't be in the situation with me, if both of us didn't believe in the goal that we're trying to achieve, which is healthy, happy children. Do you know? And we don't. We watch other people around us and making their choices, and like, I don't think there's a worse choice for someone than to walk away for their own when they don't have to.
Yeah.
But if you choose to walk away from your own when you don't have to, it's all on you. As in, years down the road, when things go pear-shaped, you can't say, "Oh, why the fuck did that happen?" It's fucking on you.
Yeah, very much so.
Like we talked about responsibility, or that feeling when the first child came out earlier on, and this is nearly backing that up. As in, if you fail them by failing yourself, you deserve what you get.
Yes.
You don't deserve a fucking million and holiday in the Caribbean for being a cunt to the people that love you most in the world.
Yeah.
They love you unconditionally. You have to do the same for them. There's no middle ground with that. If there isn't unconditional love on both sides, it can't happen. As in, it can't be there. Like, it won't work. There's no way, like, you know. It's really hard being in the reality of no alcohol or no substances, and being aware of anybody else around you that has hurt you or hurt people around you, and you know you can't do anything about it. You can take yourself out of the situation, but again, you can't stop what they are going to do, or what their thought process is allowing them to do. You can't stop it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Once you try and stop it, you're in the firing line, and then you're opening yourself up to the lion as such, like, you know. As in, I only learned about lions and sheep, my personal opinion, again, over the past 3 or 4 years.
I'm sorry, can you expand on that? I think I know what you mean, but just to flesh it out.
So a lion would be, I define you as a lion.
Okay.
So you'd never claw me, or you never hurt me, but you've got that aura, the power. I'm doing this because I know I'm right. That's the way it's going. End of. Do you know? You said it to me once about your mold. We're on fucking fire, man. We're on fucking fire. I'm not going to have a fucking picnic when I'm on fucking fire. But do you know what I mean? As in, you were shown your heart. You were shown everything to everybody that was around you. You weren't holding it in and trying to, I can solve all this, I can solve. You knew you had to let it out all the time, or you weren't going to be able to get through it.
Yes.
But that's what lions have to do. That's what lions have to pave the way. They have to say, well done, good job, pat on the back to the people that are under the lion. And a lion will generally only respect another lion after they've spent a long time together doing the same thing or trying to achieve the same thing. Like, there's been so many times in my life where I've realised, Jesus, didn't fucking see them as for what they were until it was too late. Like, you know, as in, they've they've twisted. The person I was dealing with, for example, at the start of the job was one way, wasn't quite a lion, but then near the end of it, why the fuck did you do that? Do you know, as in, I don't want you to do that. I'm not paying you to do that. I'm paying you to do this. Do you know, as in, they just blow the head off you because they're paying you to get X, Y, and Z done. And if you do X and then you go to A, B, and C, you're fucking pissing them off because they're paying you for doing X, Y, and Z, not X and then A, B, and C and then Y and Z.
Yes.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So as long as we know that the lion or the person in charge or the sheep as such, a sheep would be someone that would be would take direction without question consistently and not fight with authority, as in go with the authoritarian or go with the lion all the time, as in just fall into line, just
toe the line
and just follow the leader. Whereas lions tend to just, they dominate, and they dominate in capitalistic society like fucking good things, like, you know, there's nearly everybody that's in business for a long period of time is a lion.
Yes, but I think an important distinction to make here is that there's probably, if I have you right, that there's good lions and bad lions.
Oh Jesus, yeah, like,
and
but,
good sheep
again,
and bad sheep. Presumably.
Again, I know of 50 or 70 lions, but I will never bring my son into any of their dens.
Yes, because they're bad lions, basically.
No, well, they can be good, they can be bad.
But they've shown a propensity to be bad, basically.
So again, if you toe that line and you say, no, there might be a good lion today, and you bring your son into that environment, it's your fault that you brought your son into that environment that he might get mauled, as in not verbally or not physically mauled.
Oh no, I get you.
But
Yeah,
verbally
I get
mauled,
it.
as in, you little shite, you. Why the fuck do you do that? You can't undo that.
Yes.
Once that's said to a 12-year-old, all he remembers is, Jesus, that man that I love or that person that I love is after calling me a little shite. That makes me so sad.
Yeah.
Do you know? Now, there's another perfect one, powerful one actually. I was working on me Polly's one there a couple of days ago, and I was struggling with my day, and I was pushing my 12-year-old son, because I've got like 5 children. So I've got a 9-month-old, her name is Grania. I've got a 6-year-old, her name is Aoife. I got an 8-year-old, it's called Dara, and I've got Calvin as well. Did I miss one? Odin.
Sorry.
Yeah, I did. I missed a 3-year-old Odin. So it's Grania, Odin, Aoife, Dara, Calvin. Calvin is the eldest, Grania's the smallest. Grania's only a babby. But what I'm getting at is, I go, right, go on out there and get some cardboard, son. We're digging this no dig polytunnel, right? So we were digging up to put down cardboard to throw the muck on top of it, basically, and then start afresh with beds inside the next week or two. And so he goes down to the other bin down below at my parents' house, and he opens it up and he closes it up, and he comes up all somber, and I'm like, what's wrong, son? And he wouldn't tell me. And then an hour or two pass, and we're all sitting at me and Calvin and Siobhan had Grania in her arms. Grania was asleep. We were sitting at the table, me and Calvin, we were talking away, and she goes, what's that, you? To Calvin, he goes, oh, I'm just worried. And she goes, worried about what? Oh, I've seen loads of cans in the bin.
Empty drink cans. Like.
Empty drink cans, and I thought Grandad was after hurting himself because he's after drinking that much. And she goes, what do you mean? And he goes, oh, I know the bin was collected on Thursday and it's like Monday.
What age is this lad?
12 going on.
Oh, this is the eldest, the 12-year-old.
Yeah,
okay,
so
yeah. Cute enough, like the cop.
Something
like
he was
that.
crying now. He cried, and I hugged him. I grabbed my daughter off Siobhan, and I was holding Grania, and he was super upset, like. And I'm, how will I put? I'm desensitized to alcoholism and what alcoholics do, because I've had it around me so much.
Yeah.
So I don't feel it the way somebody that hasn't spent time with alcoholics feels it. So he was really upset about it, and I tried to explain it to him as in, right, can you play football with Grandad? No. Have you ever played football with Grandad? No. Have you ever gone for a walk with Grandad? No. Have you ever had to sleep in Grandad's house? No. Okay. Is your granddad a big part of your world? Well, not really, no. Like, okay. So, he loves you unconditionally, and we love you unconditionally. Okay? The only difference between him and us is that we're your parents, and we want the best for you. Okay? So what he's doing right now, he's doing what's best for him. We cannot control that. I cannot control that. I'm his son. Your mom cannot control that. She's my wife. We can control being in that garden. But again, getting a mortgage to build a house somewhere else, not really viable right now with 5 kids. And I can go to work. But once I hint at what my past has been, the red flag is always there. Once I tell them about, I had a stroke in 2017, that's it. Interview's over. Do you know? As in, there's no point. Once they know that, they don't want it on their conscience, which is fine by them. Because
in all the interviews I've had, I've never told them that I haven't had a stroke in the last number of years. I mean,
I'd have to tell them that. In my mind, I'd have to tell them that I had a stroke, because if I didn't tell them, and then it happened to me at work and I died, I'd feel ultimately guilty for dropping that on them and dying on their doorstep. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Whereas if you tell them that this could happen, probably won't, but there's a 1 in 1,500 chance it could happen one day.
There's a time and a place, though, because I mean, like, I don't know, to keep things simple. Like, when I, let's say, meet someone for the first time, I don't go, "Hi, my name's Fran McKeown, and just so you know, I've got worms." Like, I might have worms, but I'm not going to fucking tell them that until, you know, I know them 6 years and we're best friends, and then I'll tell them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, there's
Yeah.
things you fucking hold back, and telling people you had a stroke a couple of years ago wouldn't be one for the interview, I don't think. You'll be too honest with your own good, you cunt.
How much I don't really not care about life, as in care about the working life. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
for me to do that, for me to say that, is nearly I'm self-sabotaging myself instead of getting the job and carrying on and then explaining. I want to self-sabotage before it starts.
Yes.
Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
I don't have to go through that fucking hate this shit. Fuck it. Do you know, I don't have to go through any of that. Because it never starts.
But you don't have to go. You mightn't have to go through any of that because of everything that you've learned. Like, you're not doomed to make all the mistakes you've made in the past. Fucking all people, because you come across to me as somebody who's learned more than fucking most. Do you know that kind of way?
Yeah, well, again, it's true and it's not true. Like, does that make sense? As in, my life experiences have a relevance in my world now. But again, if I go to fucking Spain or Portugal, it's all new. It's all started fresh. As in, I went to New York 2010 or 2011 for a couple of months just to work for the crack, and I told a couple of lads I was a Sparky, and he goes, "Yeah, you're not a Sparky over here." And I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Look, the minute you see a fuse board over here, you won't even understand it." And I was like, "I understand everything, man. I put together fucking giant 10,000 amp fucking panels, like, you know, I put in breakers fucking bigger than fucking vans, like." And he was like, no, lad, you won't get this shit." And so then the first week was like, went up to the 42nd floor of the Trump Towers, and the job was go to the kitchen, rip out the subfloor. He goes, I go, "Where's the fuse board?" And he goes, "Oh, it's in here." And I go, "Well, what tools have you got?" And this was a chippy I was talking to. He goes, "Oh, I have a bit of insulating tape." He goes, "Oh, you don't power down." I go, "Why?" And he goes, "Because you want to make sure that the cables are good, so you leave the power on." And I just thought, nah. This was in my head, like, I thought, nah, I ain't fucking wrapping up any cables in tape while they're live. That ain't happening, like. But yet he goes ahead of me, and he does fucking 8 tails, all dead live.
And he's a carpenter.
And he was a carpenter.
Okay.
And I go, "All right, no bother." And he goes right to the floor, hands me a can, go and start banging away. But like, within a week, I was moved from there, and I was actually given a start with an electrical firm. And your man turns around to me in the first thing with the wallet. I would have had a similar wallet to this, and it was like that, with a little clip on the outside, money clip on the outside sort of thing.
Okay, yeah, so a minimalist kind of wallet you're showing me there,
wallet, no little flappy outy thing. And he goes, "Oh no, you don't want a wallet like that." And I go, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you want me to run wires or not? And he goes, I want you to run wires, and I want you to run them as fast as you can. And do you know how to do this stuff? And so it's like a spiral wrap around the cable. So it's like that cable there wrapped around the pole.
It snakes around
the actual single course of the cable. And you put this thing that's about this long on it, and has a twisty thing on it. You put this thing on the side of it, and you clamp it on, and you twist this fella, and then it breaks it.
Okay.
But it breaks it by cutting vertical here, and then you just pull it apart and pull the tail off, and you twist it into a connector. But what I'm getting at is, I had to do that 150 times with this little twisty tool. And there I was banging away, and the sweat was just dripping off my head, and 2 litre of water was gone. And next thing I knew, fuck me, this is hard wet. And he goes, I went out to lunch, and I go fucking soaked, and took my wallet out of my pocket, and he just lifted it up like that, and just watched the drips coming out.
Oh, your wallet?
Yeah, the sweat, like, the notes are all saturated.
Fuck.
So because of the humidity, and I didn't obviously know this firsthand, basically you don't stop sweating once you're at work in New York and there's high humidity. You cannot stop sweating.
Yeah.
There's no amount of change of clothes, 3 t-shirts you go through in a day, 2 or 3 pairs of socks, at least 2 to 4 litres of water, without a shadow of a doubt, just to survive. And the same guy was telling me that if you drink too much on a Friday, you won't do it on a Saturday. And then we'll say within a couple of weeks of him saying that to me, I had drank too much on a Friday, and someone had handed me a sake bowl. So it's like a dog bowl. Okay, that's the way the boy from Dundalk, one of the guys I met over there, explained it to me. Just don't drink out of the fucking dog bowl now, lad. Make sure you stay away from that dog bowl. And like, he was a sound chap. He was a sander, decorator, painter, or whatever, and he was fairly good at his job. And Friday night, and we'd gone to the sake bar after we'd gone to the happy hour somewhere. And I turned around after 2 dog bowls or so and says, "Yeah, fucking enough of this thing." On the way, I had to go to fucking Manhattan in the morning for first job bending steel in the school, as in conduit bending in the school. So went off, thought I got home, didn't actually get home. Woke up in Brooklyn on his fucking step at 6 o'clock in the morning. Jumped back in the subway, back to where I was supposed to get to Manhattan. Started looking for the place. This is 7:30 at this stage. Looking and looking and looking. Gets to 9:30. Still looking and looking. 10:30. Okay, I better ring someone now. Been looking here for 3 hours. Rang one of them. Rang the boss that was out to move me on. John was his name. Like, obviously, never remember anything. But what I'm getting at is, he goes, "You're supposed to write down 86th and 5th. What number did you write down?" I go, 89th and 5th. "There's no such fucking place as 89th and 5th.
You'd be a long time looking.
He goes, "You're wasting your time now. It's 10:30. They're done at 1. Good luck." Hangs up. And in that moment, I realised, oh, definitely an alcoholic now. After being up nearly 2 days straight, and all I've had is drink, and I've got a bag of tools in my bag still, and I was about to do another day's work without eating or without getting revitalised.
Yeah,
so that was a definite sign. So I only lasted with that crew about a month because of me drinking. Went from there to, like, back in the day, like, was power washing buildings in the Bronx, 7 stories high. And I woke up after a couple of weeks of doing this. And I go, I'll never get out of this fucking place if I don't go now.
If you don't go home to Ireland, like.
I actually got up one morning and I was about to go into work, and there was a couple of us going from the apartment. Like, you go, "No, lads, I'm not going today." And they go, "Where are you at?" And I go, "Going to fuck home. Going home to my dog." End of. My dog was actually in a pound in Navan. So he was, so 2.5 months or 3 months after I started, got back home again, came home to my dog actually, went out to the kennel, and I was after giving him his own bed, his own blanket, his own food for 2 or 3 months. Like, it was after, I loved him at the time. He was my brother, the dog. And he turns around, or your one that was after been minding him or kenneling him, he was in a concrete pen with no bedding, and his bowl was chewed up. as in he chewed up his bowl of shit. He didn't even act normal for a day or two after he got back. Like, you know the way to go.
Yeah,
the big
yeah.
fellas, the big dogs. But no, I learned an awful lot over the years, but you can always learn more. As in, every day is a learning day, and if you don't believe that, you're a fucking mug to begin with.
No, without a doubt, brother. And you seem to have learned, as I said earlier, fucking more than most. And one thing that you said there about the way you kind of view people as being kind of sheep and kind of lions, is that essentially what I do be harping on about getting yourself off the lead? Like that there's a lot of crossover there to me.
Like a sheep, in my opinion, would be someone that is completely fluoridated. They don't know they're sheep.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
By me I'm not trying to insult anybody here. Like, this is not across the board insulting the world of Ireland. Like, what I'm trying to do is define the class of people that we have. So again, both of my parents were lions. It didn't do me any good, but I only learned about them being lions in the past 5 or 6 years. Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, you've said what you think they are. What do you think you are?
Oh, I'm not sure. I was trained to be a lion, but I wasn't. I had too much of a conscience, and I cry about hurting someone. Do you know, I would cry.
Yeah, but this gets back to what we mentioned about the distinction between a good lion and a bad lion, and the fact that most lions are a bit of both.
Again, I don't know what I am, and if someone has a definition of you're a wanker, you're an asshole, whatever it is, I don't mind. You can call me whatever you want. I'm not really bothered.
Yeah, but the other people, like, as you said earlier, like how many people are in the world? There's 7 billion people, so who gives a fuck what 6.99999 billion?
I don't give a fuck. And like, so, my opinion, I only learned about lion and sheep, and the reason I'm using sheep as the analogy is it's actually Ian Brown 10 or 12 years ago. One of his songs was about lion and sheep.
Okay.
But as well as that, the councillor a couple of years ago made it very clear that there's lions and sheep in this world, and if you go into a lion's den and you don't have your guard up, you will get clawed to fuck.
Yeah, well, if you walk in as a lamb, bleating
So
away and annoying people,
right, I would have been a sheep 10 years ago. I definitely would have been a sheep. I'm not a fucking sheep now, though.
Yeah.
I might be like a goat. I'm not too fucking sure, man. But there's fuck all mutton in me anyway. I know that much.
You have a high opinion of yourself, Sean, anyway. I might be a goat. I might be a sheep. I might be a goat.
I'm not an elephant anyway. That's for fucking sure. Anyway, I'm not big enough to be an elephant. I don't know.
But again, man, like the reason I call this whole thing that I'm doing off the lead is like it's like a dog that's off the lead. A dog
free.
that's off the lead is free
Fucking free.
and fucking happy and autonomous and can do what he likes. And somebody who's on the lead is somebody who's dragged everywhere, and that's how I conceptualize people.
So yesterday I would have been a perfect example of me acting like a lion and dragging my whole unit down, as in all my family.
You're being a bad lion, basically.
Being a terrible lion yesterday. Absolute terrible, diabolical lion. I apologised twice or 3 times. Apologies aren't worth fuck all if you do it, though. Does that make sense?
I wouldn't say that it were fuck all,
No,
but I know what you mean.
It shouldn't happen. If you love them unconditionally, like you say you love them, you shouldn't ever hurt them.
Yeah, but you have to appreciate that you're human as well.
Yeah,
and as humans, we're flawed.
Yeah, we are flawed.
And you have to make your peace with that.
Yeah, agreed. So yesterday I was having a bad one anyway, but I shouldn't be taking it out on my loved ones. So my wife actually turned around in the middle of it all and explained to me that I do take it out on her. And
undoubtedly.
That hurt me fucking... That threw me upside down.
Yeah.
For at least 5 or 6 hours. Tears running down my fucking eyes.
Yeah.
And when I was looking at her, because I think she does know this deep down. She knows that there's been so many times in my life and I've had nothing in my pocket, and everything that I've had, as in made that week from Monday to Thursday and was paid on the Thursday, she had gotten. It wasn't ever a question. But it was whatever I can get, you can have. Just keep it going.
Yeah.
Please just try and keep it going. And in that maybe it's easier for her to point the finger then and say it's all your fault. Do you know? But like
She wasn't though, was she? She
no,
wasn't saying it
no.
was
She was
all
just
your
making it. She wasn't compounding. She was trying to point out that even though you think certain things are happening, this is actually happening at the same time.
fault. Okay.
So if you're in that mood like you were earlier on, this actually happens as a direct response for that, and you make child number one feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
As in, I could see him yesterday. He'd actually look over at me sometimes to see what my expression was doing or what way I was sitting. Does that make sense? As in, he wasn't comfortable with me because he knew right well there was so many things niggling at me.
Yeah.
And it was actually nerves to talk to you as well. The van blowing up, the printer that I've been trying to get for 3 months, literally for 2 months, can't get from A to B because of COVID and Brexit. And these are all minute problems in my world. Minute problems in most people's worlds. But because they're the only things that I have right now, they're mountains.
Yes.
Do you know? Like I struggle daily with actually how I'm going to support 3 teenagers and 2 little ones, as well as me and my wife in the future.
Yeah.
As in, I want to have a nice solid income that I don't have to worry about. But again, talking about and doing that are 2 different things.
Yeah, but you have to remember the first thing that jumps to mind is that you're extremely well qualified.
Yeah, but qualification does not dictate work. Qualification dictates a big number for the work, but it does not dictate that you will get the work. So
True.
my second name would ruin any qualification I have.
You see, you've said this to me before, and I've pulled you up on it a little bit.
It stops conversations.
Right.
As in, he's hurt a lot of people.
And just for the benefit of people saying, your dad was a big man in the electrical
He was an electrical
world.
contractor for years. Yeah, I would have worked for him. So my uncle also would have worked for him for 28 years or something ridiculous. Tony Smith.
But you have to remember that there's lads who are in their mid-20s who have never heard of him.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Jesus,
Like,
yeah. But any of the top tiers of any of the managers or businesses in we'd say the likes of Navan would never forget him. Does that make sense? As in,
but you're not him.
I know that, but I was always introduced as Andy Hosie's son.
Right.
That went on for 15 years. There's Andy's son. As in, I was robbing tyres one day. I was in my tyres 3 doors or 4 doors up from my own house. And me and Mulvey was at the time of robbing the tyres, right? And we had nearly out off the concrete, we'll say. One of the lads roars up, "Oh, what the fuck you doing?" And I kind of looked up, fucking scared, not knowing what to do. I'm Andy's son. That's alright. But it was like there was the big ball and the shouting. Then once you knew who it was fine.
Yes.
It was like that settled it. Like, that makes it okay. That's the way my mind worked then. Like, if that makes sense. I would never. I've made the mistake of actually asking a couple of lads for a few days' work and been insulted by the answers I've gotten.
Yes.
As in no, flat out no. Another one says, what does the other one say? Oh, I'll give you a ring back next week maybe. Oh, maybe next month.
Worse than fucking no.
Oh, well, I'm going on holidays for 10 days. I'll just ring me number 2 here and I'll get back to you in 5 or 10 minutes. And then he rings. Yeah, you're after doing all his work. That's what you would have been told on the phone call to his number.
Yeah.
You're after taking all his work. All his dad's work. You took it all.
But the type of work that you're saying that your name stops you from getting is exactly the type of work that you don't want.
Yeah, but you see, that's the only thing that pays me in my mind. As in that type of work. That's what I was fastest at. That's what I was best at. But again, it's not for me now. And it's that cold realization that it's not for me anymore. I'm not in that system of chasing to make more to pay X, Y, and Z. It's not about that now. It's just about understanding that I can change direction completely now from where I was to where I am.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. But
Um,
again, sorry to cut across you, but
You could.
you listened to mine and Archie's chat there the other day.
Yeah, half it.
Archie is off the tools, as the saying
Yeah.
goes. Surely there's an off the tools version of what you do.
Oh, there is, yeah. But
And
none of them lads that are off the tools now want me to be off the tools beside them.
Okay.
They want to push me into the ground and say, yeah, I fucking destroyed Johnny Hosie. Do you
But
know
again, how much of that is in your head?
I
No,
don't
again,
know,
I don't
man.
know, obviously.
I don't know. All right, so we'll say one guy that used to work for Dad was in a crowd in Facebook, in one of the Facebook data centres, watching me do 12 tails on a joint box, or 12 cables with 3 tails per cable.
Okay.
On a joint
Again,
box.
sorry to cut across you, but I don't want to lose you in the story of the work.
Yeah.
Because I feel I might have done that once or twice.
Okay.
So, what am I trying to say? I don't want to lose you, because what's happened before is we're in the middle of talking about something, and then
Yeah.
you start talking about the job,
Yeah.
and 15 minutes goes by, and I lose
The direction.
where we
Yes.
started from. I'm conscious of that happening again
right,
here.
So basically, he was a QA with quality assurance with Mercury. I was a subby working for Mercury. I was given drawings, and I said to the foreman when he handed me the drawings, I can't do that. The numbers don't match up. And he goes, oh, just do it. I was like, yeah, no, dude, you're not fucking hearing me. Like, the numbers don't match up. If the numbers don't match up, you can't wire it right. You know, you're pissing against the wind. I'll just fucking do it. Right, no bother. And then take a picture of it and bring it back down to me. Okay, no problem. So took a picture of it, bring it back down to him. No, go back up there and put tie wraps on it. Went back up, put tie wraps on it, back down. Is that good enough? Yeah, one of the Mercury guys is after reporting you. And I go, you told me to do it, you're the foreman. He goes, you're after being reported anyway. You did it. And I go, alright, no bother. So the man that reported me doing that joint box, that were the wrong numbers that the foreman had told me to do, also used to work for my dad. Coincidentally? I don't know. But anyway, bottom line was, same guy that was my foreman, then within 3 or 4 days says, no, I've got another job for you to go to. And they go, how'd you end up picking me? And he goes, last one in, first one out. This is a fucking 25-year-old telling a 29-year-old man, last one in, first one out.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck you, you little shit. That's what was going on in my head, like, you know.
Yeah.
So I went off to the next one anyway. Did a couple of months there, and that's when I was given to Wexford, or you got nothing. So that was 2 or 3 months after that fact.
Right.
And like I didn't mind working for the other guy because I had known him previously to working for him, if that makes sense. I would have bought materials off his brother.
Okay.
That would have worked for Fitzpatrick's Electrical in Avon. But anyway, bottom line was, I probably am making bigger things in my head, but I had that that lion shouts fucking facade on me for 12 or 13 years of my working career as well. And I know that. I know that's what I was shown to do.
Yes.
That's what I was shown, this is the right way. Do you know? And once you do that, it's very hard to do it any other way once you've done it like that for a while. Do you know? As in,
that's what you know nearly.
Yeah. So you'll slip really fast into bad habits with it. But again, I'm at the point now where I know that I'm not going to be a money maker for any other companies, because I don't have that sort of drive or want in me anymore. Whereas I did have it pre-fucking stroke, or even just after the stroke. Come on, do that little bit of work. Get the 2.5 grand. Do you know what I mean? It was like, I had that want or drive. Whereas now it's like, all right, well, I can't afford that this week. Okay, maybe next month.
You've mellowed out with age as well, I think, a bit, have you?
Yeah, but it's only with kids though, as in you have to, the more kids you have, the more patience you have.
You need the more patience you need.
And if you don't have patience, by God, you'd be an alcoholic or a fucking, I don't know, an addict in no time. It's the pressure of it.
Yeah.
Is phenomenal. Like I'm coming from an only child perspective to 5 children. Like
Yes.
like my wife had 5 or 6 siblings, so she understands it and loves the dynamics of it. But I'm like, whoa. There's just sometimes where I walk into a room and I'm like, whoa. There's not much more you can say, like,
But look, you wouldn't fucking have it on your way.
No,
would you?
I wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change anything or anyone in my world right now. Nothing. I would change absolutely nothing.
No, I'm glad to hear you say that now.
I struggled a lot just trying to get to this moment now, we'll
Yeah.
say even. And I'm happy that I have what I have. I'm happy that I don't have what I thought I wanted years ago. Does that make sense?
Yeah, your priorities have changed.
Oh, completely. Like, I had it in my head, even fucking last year, that I wanted to be the manager of a Tesla garage. There's nothing further from the truth. Fair enough, I might like driving a Tesla every now and again, and going for a spin to
But
somewhere.
it runs contrary to your soul, though.
Yeah, that's what. It's kind of like the idea of working for Elon Musk, and then actually working for him.
Yes.
2 different things.
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
But it's enjoying the knowledge that he thinks he's the only one that can, twist things to what he's doing, as in his AI technology. That's fucking. It's so far ahead of itself. Like, so he's talking about like drilling a 20 mil hole in someone's brain, putting in this tiny little 20
Neuralink,
mil
yeah.
Neuralink, and we'll never have to have a conversation again. This is in 15 years' time now or something. But it can also be wired into parts of your brain that people that have what's it called, skeletal dystrophy or something.
Fuck, I don't know. Like,
There's a
involuntary
really
muscle
bad,
movement, like.
yeah, there's a really bad neurological disease that basically stops your muscles from developing anymore.
Okay.
And basically, within the first time he figures this out, he can extinguish this disease completely.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's completely fucking, like, it's absolutely mind breaking. Like, that's like giving someone a new lease on life without any of the side effects. Like,
Yeah.
as in cancer patients will always suffer from extra fluid, or will always suffer from getting the chemotherapy treatments that they got, as in their bodies will never heal properly after. As in, this is just the way it's set up, as in for cancer treatment. Whereas you going from losing the workings of your leg or losing working limbs to being able to rebuild your limbs and rebuild your body to be able to walk and do again.
Well, like your brain is essentially what controls everything.
Everything, yeah.
So if you can hack the brain, you can control everything.
But it's brilliant, brilliant, and also quite disturbing at the same time.
And dystopian. I mean, what you said there about, in the future about us not needing to talk to each other, that our thoughts can do it. Like that's one way of looking at it, granted, but you won't have me on the phone for any more than 30 seconds because I hate talking to people on the phone. So for somebody like me to do the whole thought thing, that's never going to happen to me. I'm not going to want any part of that. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, you're ringing, hello? Yeah. Why are you ringing me? It needs to be immediate. I refuse to do it, and that's why I don't do Skype calls and all that jazz.
Yeah.
Because there's something is lost. You need the person in front of you. You need to be in the same fucking room
To have the conversation, to feel what emotions they're feeling about the situation.
Exactly,
As in,
yeah.
there's no right. Dehumanized would be what I would call a couple of societies now. So in Kensington in London, for example, I worked there in 2015. I could walk down the street past 200 or 300 people, say hello to every single one of them. Guaranteed you. Not one of them will have the balls to look at you and say, all right, mate.
An Irishman abroad there, they're like, that's an Irish thing, I think.
No,
or it's maybe not an Irish thing,
it's a human thing. It's a human. It's a feeling thing. It's a what's this story, brother? Like, it's that sort of thing. Like, as in, how are we now? As in, are we good? If we ain't good, we have to talk about it. As in, the conversations can't happen unless we can do that.
Yes.
Unless we can come from nowhere to somewhere. And you can never come from nowhere to somewhere across a phone. You can't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a lot
over
harder,
text.
at least.
You can't say "I love you so much" in a text, and they can feel it on the other end. You can say "I love you so much" and give someone a hug, or blow a kiss, and you might get a little smile. Do you know what I mean? There's no. It's completely dehumanizing what the COVID regulations state. So
It's a means to an end, though. Like the reason that we have to socially distance and the reason that we have to endure all this pain is that, well, in theory at least, is so that we don't have to endure it forever, that we kind of get through it as best we can.
it's going to be here forever, though.
I wouldn't be surprised.
So if, like I said, it's going to be here forever, and you said I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
So are we supposed to be dehumanized forever?
No, but we can limit its effect
I'm
on us.
missing. I hug my wife fucking all the time, or I hug people I love. I hug my children every day.
Yeah.
And I say I love you, son, or I love you, daughter, and I make a point to go that extra mile. No intoxicants whatsoever. This is just love you, daughter, love you, son. Can't wait to see you tomorrow morning. Good night. Love yous. Whereas my dad actually said it to me there a couple of months ago. He goes, I can't give anybody a hug anymore. That's all I ever did for my people. Like, you know, that's how I felt them. You know, you give them a hug. So he can't go to the pub. He's an alcoholic. Like, he can't go to the pub. Can't give someone a hug. Can't use a smartphone because, again,
It's old, whatever.
Yeah, it's the technology that wasn't built for him.
Yeah, he's not Zoom calling his friends.
Yeah. And can only watch what's on the TV.
Yes.
So, like, it's completely dehumanizing.
Oh, no, without doubt. Agreed. Completely, totally not.
But he doesn't even know that it's dehumanizing because he can't hear this conversation, for example.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? But again, if I was to explain, I'm going out to talk to one of my buddies that I went to school with
In the back of the van.
about life and live and enjoy myself and speak what I have in my mind and speak what I believe in, you're going to say, why the fuck would you do that? Do you know?
Yeah,
As in,
be a man and have a
that
few
doesn't
points.
make any money. Like, that's his thought process.
Yeah,
Why
yeah,
the fuck
yeah.
are you doing? That's not making you any money. You know, but again, that's his gods. His gods are turning over money and going out to the pub and having his few pints. That's his thing, like, you know, that's his way of life. Like, I often remember walking into a pub when I was 10 years of age with a dog and trying to find them, as in I'd be at everybody's elbows.
Yes.
And I'd be looking up trying to find my parents, like, you know. And then I'd find them, and then I'd just have to sit in the corner for 2 or 3 hours until they were done, and then we go home for lunch on a Sunday or whatever it was. But them memories don't go. They're always there, like, you know, as in on the Sunday, that's what came first, pub.
Well, look, your kids won't grow up with any of those
Yeah, I know
memories.
that, like, you know, I'm not trying to hold on to that. I'm like, it's part of me though. To not acknowledge that is not acknowledging me. Does
Oh
that
no,
make sense?
I don't mean to imply that you should bury that in
Oh,
the
yeah.
least. But I'm just, I suppose, trying to remind you that you grew up with that, but your fucking kids won't.
Oh, I know that. So I'd be awful afraid. I'm always awful afraid that I'm going to. The hereditary thing about it is going to leave them doing the same things that I did. Do you know, to try and find what I found? Do you know? And
Yeah.
that's what where my nerves to be at. And every time I kind of go there, I'm like, oh fuck, that it's just so scary. Do you know? Knowing, like, the situations I've been in, like, and I've walked away from. Fucking hell, like there's once I remember I was talking to you earlier on about putting up lights in 5 or 6 indoor football pitches really high in the air.
Yeah.
Once that was up in that height, 28 foot in the air, with no harness on, dying of a hangover, and I lost my balance on top of a scaffold. A scaffold isn't like a lifter, so a scaffold doesn't have this big barrier the whole way around. It's only as high as you build it. So if you don't have enough scaffold to build it up higher than your waist, you don't have anything up that high.
Yeah.
Right? And if you fall, you're fucked. Nobody can.
Yeah,
can
from that
save
height,
you.
it's
You're
ball
done.
burst game over.
Head gone. I was wearing Snickers and I stumbled backwards, tripped over a bit of cable on the back of my right heel. And as I stumbled backwards, as I tripped over the bit of cable on my right heel, I tried to pull my right foot higher. And in that, all my weight was on my left foot, pushed me to the right. There was like a lump of steel for the corner of scaffolds here, and the pocket was here. I stumbled towards this lump of steel, thinking I might be lucky. And this is me on the way down, like I had no control, like hang over and all. And my pocket caught in the corner of the aluminium and the upright of the scaffold.
Yeah.
And I spun round. I was still 28 foot in the air, off the scaffold platform now, and I'm out on the outside of the scaffold.
Yeah, nothing beneath
hanging
you.
by the pocket. And I don't know how I managed to fucking get out of that one, but I got out of that one anyway, and survived and enjoyed it. Then another one was, they hired between 2005 and 2011, they hired fucking 150 or 200 Eastern Europeans, because they all started coming in at the same time. So all the lads that were working in this big factory were all Eastern Europeans, and all the forklifts were all electric and going in reverse everywhere, because they had big fucking loads of insulation on the front of them. So I was putting up the dearest camera I'd ever held in my life. €5,000 this camera was worth.
Wow.
Going up in the air, up 28 foot in the air, and I put a big pole up really high, and then dropped the pole down, and then put the camera on the end of the pole, and it was just fixing the camera onto the pole, and one of the lads drives round, and I was watching him, and because I was looking like this, and I was on on a lifter this time, and it was like this, and he drives round here, drives round, doesn't see me, straight into it, hits it. And when I say it did that, it's not an underestimation. Like, it wobbled and two of the wheels would have lifted, and it scared the fuck out of me. And even though I had a harness on me, it didn't matter a fuck. If that had toppled, I was harnessed to it.
Yeah, you were worse off with the harness.
I was worse, exactly, because I was going to get dropped with it, and then I was going to ricochet back up to it, and then drop back again, like, you know. And that in itself, he turns around after he does it and says, "Sorry." I just felt like saying, like they wouldn't have understood me, but do you not care about humans anymore, lads? Are we not all fucking humans in Ireland? Or are you foreign nationals the only humans in Ireland? But no, waste me time. I'm not racist by any way, shape or means, like, you know, but it is what it is, like, you know. I don't mind foreign nationals. I don't know them. I do have a Polish mechanic, like, so.
A Polish what?
Mechanic.
Right.
So I've had him for 3 or 4 years. He's looked after everything for me, but nice guy. Works hard, but takes everything personally. So it's tough watching him take things personally about clients that don't give a fuck about him, but he gives a fuck about his clients.
He just sounds like a decent guy.
He is a decent guy, but
Yeah.
it's very hard. It's very hard to watch him or to be friends with him when he's always suffering. Do you know? And he's suffering because he's not letting go of his clients.
Is there a bit of a mirror there with you? Are you a bit like
I
that?
let go of the clients.
Right.
Fuck any of them.
I'm glad to hear you say that anyway.
No, but like, honestly, like, you're not, in my opinion, you won't be a client. You'd be more of a friend or a like-minded individual than a client. So,
Yes.
No, I've never really. I actually did miss it years ago, but I would have missed it for the wrong reasons. Does that make sense? I would have missed being able to bounce stuff off them to figure out if I was on the right track or the wrong track.
Yeah, but that's just, you're missing working with people.
Yeah, I'd say so.
In general, like, I'm missing that shocking. Like, even the couple of times we've come out of lockdown and the business is back up and running, it's just been me by myself. It's a fucking long old day.
It's lonely, like.
Fucking right,
is
it
lonely,
is, yeah,
like.
big time.
But no, I don't want to do it the way I've done it in the past anyway.
But you don't have to, and you won't, though.
Yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. But again, I don't want to step in the wrong direction and then have to backtrack again to start again. Does that make sense? I want to say, yeah, going to do that. That's why I'm going to do that, and that'll be me for 5 or 6 years, and then that'll be me done. Does that make sense? But that's me finding something that somebody needs me for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
There's there's not 5 or 6 years in many things from
No, there's not. But I mean, if you look at my own situation, like my background was sales and business development. I did that for fucking 15 years, and now I sell microgreens. Do you know that kind of way? And it was a
But
big.
you explained that to me as well. You don't have to sell them; they sell themselves.
Well, there was an existing market for them, which I
Piggybacked.
Sorry.
You piggybacked.
Well, yeah, I jumped in. Like I didn't reinvent the wheel.
No.
But the reason that I'm even mentioning any of this to you is, like, my background as in sales and business development 100% stood behind me in what I'm doing now, and I don't see why that wouldn't apply to you. Like, your knowledge of electrical systems and electricity generally, like, who the fuck knows? You could end up buying and selling 3D fucking printers because that's your kind of hobby thing, or there's 101 different things you could fucking do.
I'm not really bothered either, though. I've the 5 kids around me now, so I'm more so focused on being a good dad to them and being the best dad I can to them. So that's kind of like a full-time job in itself. And if you don't take that as a full-time job, you're failing yourself and you're failing your kids.
No, without a doubt, man.
So I know that, as in I wasn't around long enough for my first son. I was at work too much, and I'm not saying he's soft, he's strong, but he feels. Does that make sense? As in he feels twice as much as my 8-year-old.
Right.
As in my 11, 12-year-old will be in tears 3 minutes before the 8-year-old will be in tears.
Yeah.
That's only down to the personality of the people.
Yeah.
As in me and my 8-year-old we're very strong and similar, as in he sees me pushing on and doing something. He's like, right, Dad, I'm helping.
Yeah.
And it's not even helping, like, he's just doing what I'm doing. Like,
yes,
you know?
Of course.
Whereas Calvin will come along and he'll be like, okay, what do you want me to do, Dad? Whatever the fuck you want, son. I don't care. Go and fucking dance in a tree for all I care. Like, you know, if you want to do a bit of work, though, I'm doing this digging here, so you can dig that up, and then you can move the soil there, and then we can put down cardboard, but then we're putting down the soil down after. And then he'd start doing it, as in moving the soil a little tiny bit and putting down a bit of cardboard and then moving soil over the cardboard, so he feels like he's achieving something. But he's not like, you know, and not filling the shovel, emptying the shovel, moving forward. What he's doing is filling his time, you know, waiting for the boredom to set in to say, I'm done, I'm going. Do you know? And that's okay too, like, you know, I know what it is, like, you know, and like he's going to come to a point where he's going to say, Jesus, I wish I stayed with them two there for a little bit longer. One day when he's somewhere else, and then he'll come back and he'll say that to somebody, as in to Dara or to me or Siobhan or somebody, then we'll all talk about it. That's the whole point of this, like, as in the whole point of this life is understanding where our loved ones are, where they need to be and where they want to be. As in, if I can't give him what he needs to be a better human than I am, I'm failing as a human. You know, and that's something I don't want to die with, that when it's on my conscience. Does that make sense?
I don't think it needs to be. I don't think it should be on your conscience. I think
no,
you're
but
fucking great,
as in, I don't want to feel like that. There's been so many situations where I've been guilted into doing something.
Okay.
By somebody that says they love me, but they don't show the love.
Yes.
Like the saying and doing.
Yeah, words are cheap.
Yeah. And I never want my son to feel that. I never ever want him to feel guilted into having to do it. I want him to understand that he's his person for him. And if he chooses to do something, he's doing it on his back to help that person. He's not doing it for them. He's doing it for him to help that person to make himself feel good. That's what he's doing it for. And it's not for a monetary value. I actually learned something recently as well there. I don't know if it's true or not true, but I try it out. You never ask for money. That's one rule of business. Just don't ask for the money.
How do you mean you don't ask for money?
As in, when you have to be paid between $2,000 or $5,000 or whatever it is, and the job is finished, you never ask for the money.
Okay, what's the logic behind that?
The person that has to pay you will actually feel more inclined to want to pay you faster if you don't harass them for the money.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know if I'd agree with that one.
This is what I've heard, as in I have to test it out, as in will it work that way?
Look, it could be. It's more than likely true in certain circumstances. But I know for an absolute verifiable fact that a lot of businesses' policy in relation to paying is they don't pay until you've asked 3 times. Like that's in their rule book. It's like on day one,
Wow.
their accounts people, the people who ring up and chase money, you don't pay anyone until the 3rd time they've asked. End of story.
Wow.
And that's just standard practice in a lot of businesses. So fucking be careful with that. Like, for me, in relation to getting paid, before you agree to do the job, you explain in black and white terms what's going to happen. So I start the job on Monday, I finish it on Wednesday, I'm going to bill you on Thursday, and I'm going to be ringing you on Monday, wondering why I haven't been paid if I haven't been paid.
Yeah.
So you tell them ahead of time when you're going to ask them for it, because fuck man, even me, like I pay everybody on time without exception. But there has been times that someone slipped through the cracks for whatever reason, and if they don't go fucking asking for it,
They ain't getting it.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm out, man. I have to go for a pee again.
Brother, it's been fucking just over the 4 hours mark.
Pleasure.
It's been an absolute pleasure, brother. It fucking has too, brother.
Yeah, pleasure.
Brother, fist bump through the perspex. Cheers, man.